you just accidentally stumbled upon our YouTube feed or our Facebook feed, my name is Appell from Stitch in Heaven.
I'm Tiffany Hayes from Needle in a Haystack.
And we are joining all of you, like literally possibly 15,000 or more of you out there live for a virtual sparkling New Year's Eve day so long. We're going to be live for 5 hours. We're going to make some wonderful quilt parts and pieces together. Notice the expectation I already set.
Yes, parts and pieces.
Parts and pieces. We're just making parts and pieces. Possibly a full quilt, but we've got all day.
All day, yep.
We've got soup.
Oh, we have soup. I can smell it. It's good.
Yeah.
It's good.
We've got Anita's soup, lasagna soup recipe, and I came in early this morning to start getting set up. My goodness, it smells incredible. And we also have a whole group of live sewers with us. And they walked in and all said the same thing. So hopefully you have your soup ready. I'm sorry, I'm a little caffeinated. I feel like I've stolen the microphone from you. How are you feeling about this today?
I'm feeling great.
Yeah?
Feeling great. Yeah, this is going to be great. We're going to have fun. I said great 3 times. I might be caffeinated too.
We might be a little nervous. But 4.5 hours from now, we won't be so nervous.
We'll be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just going to talk a little bit about how the day's going to work. And then if you have the agenda that says, you know, when we're going to teach something new, you can follow along. I'm losing my hat.
Right.
We've got to talk about prizes and techniques, and yeah, we just have lots to share.
Got it. Let me jump into a little bit of housekeeping. Hopefully everybody's just starting to tune in. This might be the most important part here.
We can take these off?
Maybe, just for a moment.
Okay.
I got to be able to see a little bit better. So yes, we are broadcasting across multiple platforms, as well as we can have live people in the room, because we love to sew together. We're a community here. We are so glad that all of you are joining us. If something fails with our technology, we have a plan B in place. We can't use the same link a second time. So if something stalls out, something just doesn't go as we expected, we're going to go ahead and just continue to broadcast a new live feed on Stitch in Heaven's YouTube channel. So you might want to make sure that you have access to that. It's totally free if you've not been on YouTube. You don't need an email or anything like that. But if you do want your email so we can keep up with you, we will be dropping the links throughout the day for each of the steps as we go. That's why the email is important, but we will also have the link as part of this video as well. We want to make sure you all feel comfortable and you don't feel like you've got to sew like mad. Like I said a little bit ago, our expectations are that we have fun, we celebrate our sewing community together. We'll get a lot of our quilt made as well, but I also have a plan C. And a plan C is a completely recorded tutorial that I made while I was preparing for today's big event. I love to sew on a mystery, but I didn't feel like it was fair to all of you if I didn't know what we were supposed to be teaching.
True.
So I haven't tasted the soup. That's my mystery for the day. But yes, I have a recorded version. If Plan B fails, we will immediately put up a link. It's about an hour-long video. Or for all of you that have been asking for the last month, will we have a recorded feed? Absolutely. We're going to keep this wonderful, live, high-energy recorded feed available as long as we can. But then we will also have a short-form tutorial for those of you who just want to go back, find the steps, and complete the quilt top at your own pace. So that's a little bit of housekeeping. In order to win the prizes, you need to comment on the live feed. So you need to comment either on Facebook or on YouTube. Like I said, we're broadcasting to both, plus the link that's available for the class report as well.
Check your mic.
Check my mic. Real quick. Oh, my microphone doesn't seem to be on. Dee, are all those little boxes over there on?
I believe so.
Okay. Excellent. Hopefully they can hear me a little bit through Tiffany's mic.
First technical.
First step, yeah. Tiffany's going to take over.
Whoa, am I on?
Your mic's on.
I'm on. All right.
Were you this one? Okay, yeah. I think we're good now.
Okay. Here I am taking over. We're just going to jump on in.
That's right. You only got 4 hours to kill. Yeah.
I had 4 hours to go all by myself.
That's right.
I was a little nervous because Rob flies in, and I wasn't sure how you were flying or when you were flying, and I did have a little bit of a hiccup where I thought, I can't do this without Rob.
Sure you could.
I don't want to do this without Rob.
Of course not.
So I'm so glad you're here.
I had only a small delay on my way in, not as bad as many folks had. But no, it's fun to sew together. That's why we have the folks in the room as well.
Right. I know there's some groups out there that have gathered in somebody's home or in a store even. I'm pretty sure I know of a store where they're gathering and sewing together. But even if you don't have a group or a store, you're part of our group.
Right.
We're all sewing together. So it's just community. Sewing community is fun.
Yeah. And we have both Anita and Dee available for helping us monitor comments. So please write in all of your questions that you have. That's why we want to be interactive. That's why we have all of this live feed technology going. Now, some of you, I'm guessing, are you're the students that I was when I was in high school and college, which means that you might have gone a little further ahead than you were supposed to. And that's okay, but I'm going to ask at this point, if you've gone further ahead based on what you assume your quilting knowledge has afforded you, again, we're doing a mystery, you may or may not be right at this point, but I'm going to ask you not to ask the comments for step 4 until we get to step 4, if you know what I'm saying. I have no problem with folks that work ahead, but please don't confuse the rest of our community today by typing those questions before we get to that portion of the instructions.
Perfect.
That'll help everybody stay on target.
Yes.
And, you were going to talk about the different kinds of quilters that are out there.
Right. I have found in my years of teaching that there are, especially on a quilt along like this, that there are people who will start step 1 and need to do only step 1 until it is completed. And so you will be paying attention to our step 2, but not physically doing it. Then there are the other type of quilters who will do step 1 until step 2 is presented and move on to step 2. And I am that person.
Oh, good. We're going to be a good team today.
Right. So if you can do as much as you can of step 1 and then set it aside when it's time for step 2, you will have enough pieces and parts when we get to more of the assembly that leads us to what the finished product will look like. So whatever works for you, do it. We're not in your house. We're not your quilt police. We don't want to be quilt police. I don't want to be quilt police.
Just because you can see us doesn't mean we can see you.
Right. So do what makes you happy. Do what makes you happy when you quilt. I think that's very important. I know there's many ways to do half square triangles. There's many ways, whether you piece and you press open or you press to the dark, or you have to do the process that makes you happy. If the process doesn't make you happy, then you're not going to do it.
Probably shouldn't be doing it really at this point. Yeah.
So we're going to give our suggestions and we're going to give our tips and we're going to show what works best for us. But you need to just listen to those, maybe absorb them and take some of that advice, and then do what works for you.
Yeah.
And don't expect you're going to have a quilt at the end of today. No, we're just going to have bits and pieces and maybe some blocks, and some of you may be much further along, but we have that Facebook group. If you haven't joined it yet, you can join the Facebook group, and you can share your fabric choices, and you can share your process along the way, and most importantly, when you get done, the finished quilts are going to be amazing. I've been watching that group, and I've been watching the different fabric selections, and I cannot wait to see the variety of quilts that we end up with from today.
Oh my gosh, I've really been enjoying watching everybody's posts about all of their fabric choices and getting set up and all that. It's going to be really great. And, funny enough, folks, if you haven't picked up on it, even though Tiffany and I are good friends, we love to quilt, we're different quilt makers. Tiffany's much more precise than I am, but when I started constructing the parts to get ready for today, I thought, well, I'm kind of banking on the fact that Tiffany will be very precise and give you those tips, so I put mine together in the less than precise methods that I've offered in the past. So if you're less than precise, I can guarantee you that your quilt will turn out like my quilt. How's that sound?
I think it sounds wonderful.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Rob's quilt, but he tells me it came together just fine.
It would keep me warm on a cold day, that's for sure. That's great.
We also don't want to feel like we are stalling right now. We're trying to let everybody get on, give you the important information that we need you to have before we really kick in. At 10:30, we're going to give our first set of instructions and demo and get you going. So if you have any questions, go ahead and type those in. We'll see if there's anything we need to answer. And what else do you want to do?
Well, let's just go ahead and follow our list for a few minutes then. We wanted to make sure that everybody had access to the soup recipe that was provided in a link. Like I said, it smells wonderful. It's a tradition at Stitch in Heaven to sew together on New Year's Day, to have soup and bread together and just be a community. So we thought that would be really fun to include that. It's a lasagna soup. I've enjoyed listening to the different ingredients that people have come up with, the different strategies on when to drop the noodles in and those kinds of things. So the soup will be like quilts. They'll all kind of come together differently. We will break for lunch about 12:30 today. The live feed will just continue on, but we'll go ahead and mute our cameras. We're going to need to recharge ourselves, so about 12:30 we'll break for lunch. Yep.
Prizes.
Prizes. We've got a bunch of wonderful prizes. Of course, the grand prize is a quilt cruise. And the second, we'll go ahead, I think Dee's almost ready over there to put up the quilt cruise. We're going to ask you to text mystery to 52056. So the word mystery to 52056 for a chance to win the quilting cruise. This is a full-on quilting cruise. This is incredible, and something that Stitch in Heaven's really become known for is the wonderful events they put on, starting with the cruises and all of that kind of stuff. But we'll also have small prizes throughout the day. We'll be doing drawings. I believe I mentioned it earlier. We just need you to be commenting either on Facebook or on YouTube in this live feed. That's how you're registered to win a prize. Comment as many times as you like. We appreciate all of the positive feedback you're sending in.
Right. Those are for today's daily prize, throughout the hourly prizes. But like Rob said, the one for the cruise, that one we're not going to tell you today. So you don't have to rush to your phone and change and text that now. Just jot it down somewhere, come back, make sure you text it. That one will be awarded
January 10th.
There it is.
Yep. These glasses aren't the prescription I normally wear, so we're helping each other with the written notes here.
Right.
Well, that's a side note. Okay, I'm going to say it real quick. Tiffany, you know what happened a couple of weeks ago to me, right?
I do.
Okay, folks. If you don't know, or if you're just starting to follow along, or if you've never seen us working before, I love to make YouTube tutorials. I'm here at Stitch in Heaven now permanently making YouTube tutorials with them, and we are almost to 40,000 subscribers today. And I know we have 15,000 plus of you out there, and I know most of you are probably already subscribed, but if you haven't subscribed, we would love it if you subscribe. We would love to see us get over 40,000 subscribers today alone. I think that would be incredible, right? Hit the like button while you're there as well. But I turned 50. So my goal is to bring this YouTube channel over 50,000 subscribers as quickly as possible. So if you would like to give me something that won't cost you a cent for my birthday, hit subscribe and we can get to the 50,000 subscribers. I'm pretty confident we'll be over 40,000 by the end of the day. Again, a huge blessing of being together as a community. So I just had to throw that in there while we were talking about prizes and subscriptions and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah.
I wonder if I confused anybody. You just said that you're here full time, and I said you had to fly in. How does that work for you?
Well, I'm a remotely full time. I'm too caffeinated to hold still. So I've been blessed with the opportunity to live in California and work full time for Stitch in Heaven. Thank you for helping me clarify, because I do get that question often, and it's great. I come out about once a month. I've got my own skateboard and guitar that I leave here.
Oh, really?
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah. So I have entertainment in the evenings, and it's just a blessing to be out here and working that way. But I still get to work at home. I have the studio at home that I also film out of constantly, and we're going to be doing a lot more live videos in 2023 now that we have this technology. I love the live interaction stuff. So,
Yep.
yeah.
How are we doing?
We're doing good on time. We've almost stalled enough. Okay, so now we've also mentioned that final drawing for the cruise is on January 10th. For some reason, I want to say I just said July 10th. I'm panicking, but I hopefully said January 10th. The first thing we're going to do in a few moments is start going over the cutting instructions. All of the information that you were hopefully emailed when you first registered. Again, if you're just tuning in to us now and you are concerned, or you can just get the links out of the feed. We want your email so we can communicate in the future, but the links will be available in the feed. And what we're going to do, okay, we've already covered how everybody is different, and we're going to work at our own paces after we give each step. So we're going to spend probably 10 minutes or so discussing, showing, breaking down the parts and pieces, and then we're going to give everybody plenty of time to stitch.
Yep, yep.
Oh, do I need to stir the soup? No, I just wanted to make sure. I was
You
getting
stir the
nervous there
soup.
for
Do
a
we
second.
have questions that we should be answering yet? We don't know. Okay.
Okay, we don't know. Okay. But the cameras are still live, yes? Okay. Wonderful. So we'll come back with comments in a few moments. Well, why don't we just take a moment? I'm going to get a drink of water. Tiffany, why don't we go ahead and start prepping out the parts and pieces for our
Step one.
Step one stuff. But you know what I think would be really fun is I'm going to take my camera on a walkabout.
Go for it.
And I'm going to show everybody at home what we have set up here for the sewing room.
All right.
Okay,
And
so let me get
I'll
that
get
camera
prepped over
ready.
here.
So we can go on walkabout with that.
I'm losing my hat.
I think it's time. Go into official teacher's mode.
Yep. These are
Let's see, let's do it.
Are you on, Rob?
Anita or Dee, will you give me the side camera, please? Okay, folks, so I was talking about the prizes a moment ago. So you can see we've got a bunch of wonderful prizes laid out here. And then behind us, okay, everybody, you're on camera. Here we go. We've got a bunch of folks sewing together. Look at this. Okay, you all get to make noise now. It's awful. We're making them be quiet. Isn't that terrible? We're making them all be quiet. And look at there. Is that sparkly or what? There is our fearless leader, Deb Luttrell. Deb, thank you so much for putting this together and trusting us to have fun with this. This is awesome. Is she sparkly or what? My gosh. You know what, Deb? If you got up and danced in the sunlight, you could be our own disco ball. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Oh, that's incredible. You do it. She does what she can.
You got them?
Awesome.
But not on there.
There's Anna. Oh, that's a good looking shirt you've got on there, Anna. Very nice. And who do we have over here?
Not
All
popular.
right. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, look at Terry. Are those prescription glasses, Terry? No. That's awesome. Oh, it's a beautiful day out here in Quitman. Just awesome. Okay. Now these folks somehow are jumping ahead. I better not show too much. Let's see what's going on over here. That's right. Okay, better go ahead and go. Are you ready over there, Tiffany?
I'm getting ready.
You're getting ready? Okay. I'm going to go back here to prize camera mode. And we're just going to entice these nice folks. I am having technology challenges. My stabilizer thing just died too. Just not fair, I'm telling you, just not fair. Beautiful prizes from Ben Artex there.
I'm back on. Or you just need me to wave?
You're on. Okay. Okay, Tiffany, it's all you. I'll be there in a second.
All right.
Just bumping into stuff over here myself.
I want to talk a little bit about how I got organized. I went a little crazy with the Ziploc bags because I find that, because I needed to transport from my home, my studio to here, and I didn't need everything all mixed up. So these are probably going to glare in the camera if we go from that camera. So I'll just do this one. I labeled my number 1 piece, my number 2 piece, my number 3 piece, and so on. But I want to take them out of the bags because I don't want that glare. I don't want that glare to mess anybody up. So I'm just getting my pieces out, getting ready.
Okay, I'm getting the iron turned on.
That's fabulous. Our machine is on and ready to go. I should probably do a tester through there and make sure we've got...
Right. Oh yeah, I haven't stitched on it. You might want to, you need a test piece of fabric?
Yeah, I think I can find one.
Okay. And real quick, folks, I'm just going to go ahead and show you where you should be at the moment. So if we can go to the overhead camera, we'll go ahead and show you what you all should have received there on day 1. Are we ready? Great. And do I have it in the right orientation, Anita? I forgot to think about that. Okay, perfect. So you originally were emailed a fabric and supply list, which asked for a fabric A, which is your light, fabric B, which is medium, fabric C, which is a medium dark, fabric D, which is your dark, and your bindings and your backings. Some of you are using prints, like I did. Some of you are using batik, like
Yes.
Tiffany did. Some of you have gone scrappy. Some of you have mixed and matched. So this is going to be, like we said earlier, beautiful to see what all of you come up with. We have a bunch of recommended supplies, like the Quilter's Magic Wand or the Clearly Perfect Slotted Trimmer, which we love. The Martelli mat, all the wool pressing mat. We're going to be using these constantly throughout the day and giving you some extra tips on those. So that's what the recommended supplies are. If you don't have these, don't panic. We're going to offer other options of things that you could do in your own sewing room, especially if you're brand new to quilting. Some of us are really into it and get a lot of the stuff.
Is that what it is? We're really into it.
Into it. Yeah. So then we also sent out some marking and cutting instructions. So this is where we're going to dive in now. We're going to break down the fabrics for you, making sure that if you're just joining in, just unpacking your quilt kit that you got from Stitch in Heaven, and you're just getting started, we're going to talk you all the way through real quickly on the cutting and then the marking of the parts and pieces. So technically we're now on part 1. This is going to do, and we're going to start with our light fabric.
Correct.
Okay, so let me go ahead and slide this out of the way a little bit.
You want to talk about fabric 1?
Sure.
All right. I'm going to grab mine from my bags.
We're going to use Tiffany's batik parts and pieces to build the first half of the quilt, and then we're going to use my print parts and pieces to build the last half of the quilt with all of you, which is code for Tiffany Tom Sawyered me into doing all of the work while she was on vacation. So now we're going to go ahead and build this up as we go. So this is why her parts and pieces are here in batik format, and then we'll secretly, through the magic of television, switch to print fabric. Okay, so we're looking for our fabric A, which is our light fabric, and from this, really, I like to use a really big long ruler for cutting my strips. Anytime I'm going to cut squares, I like to pre-cut into strips, okay? Yes. So we were looking for 5 3/4 inch squares. So I first cut 5 3/4 inch strips, and then we went ahead and stacked those. How many layers do you normally stack when you're rotary cutting?
Do you want me to give you a quilter's answer or the Tiffany Hayes answer?
Let's give all 3 today. We're going to give Rob's answer, Tiffany's answer, and the appropriate answer.
I think we should start with the appropriate answer.
Okay, this is what you were supposed to hear.
I don't think you should cut through more than 4 layers.
Ooh, and I agree with Tiffany's appropriate answer. Now, how many do you cut?
I will cut as many as 10.
Whoa, I was going to stop at 8. Okay.
8 is 10 is dicey. Well, 8 is okay, but you know what you have to do to get to 8? Yeah, you start to get wiggly. Yeah. But to cut through 8 or 10 layers, you need a brand new blade in your rotary cutter.
Are you then going to the 60 millimeter blade too, the bigger
yes.
blade?
Yes.
Folks, you just learned 2 cool things if you weren't listening, and I almost bet you have a really dense cutting mat too. Yeah. So the more dense or firm your mat feels when your blade touches it, the sharper things are going to stay, the better that cut's going to be. Always having a sharp blade on your rotary cutter when you're starting a project is a safety and efficiency answer, yes. Right? And then we were talking about the wiggles. So sometimes if you cut too many layers, or it starts to either kind of pyramid out a little bit because of that, and that's why I asked her if she was using the 60 millimeter blade. If you didn't realize, the larger the blade, the deeper, the bigger the cuts, the more dense the fabrics you can cut. So,
correct.
Really cool. Okay, so we had light fabrics cut all the way down into 5 3/4 inch squares.
How many did we need?
Of these, let me double check the answer. I need 61 of these pieces, which is really a mystery to me why we'd have an odd number in a quilt, but we'll find that out later. Okay, now we also need these 2 7/8 squares of the lights as well.
And I already have them cut on the diagonal.
No problem.
So with the magic of TV,
we can make a square?
we can make a square.
Awesome. Okay, so we have a square magically made. This is a 2 7/8 inch square, folks, at home sewing along. And Carl, I hope you're out there, and Andrew, I hope you're out there. So that's why I'm saying folks and quilters instead of ladies, because I usually say lady quilters, but we got a lot of guys joining us.
We do.
So this technique, I was asked a question that I then saw going around on the Facebook group about making a 7/8 cut rounded up.
Yes.
Because 7/8 sometimes is hard to find with all these lines on the ruler.
True.
Right?
True.
And I said go ahead, but I wanted to qualify that. If you make your squares larger, it will work for this technique, especially if you own one of the slotted trimmers, because it will help you trim down. So by making your pieces larger, you will have more trimming later on. The pattern we're going to provide today, as I started to mention, doesn't have to be trimmed. It probably should be, but doesn't have to be. It's very accurate the way it's constructed.
It's very accurate if you press your fabric nicely. I like starch too. And you cut accurately, not through 10 layers like I do. And you sew with an accurate 1/4 inch. And that seems to be an elusive thing for many of us.
You mean a 1/4 inch is in a different size for every machine?
A 1/4 inch is a different size for every human. Have you figured that out? Have you ever done a block exchange?
Oh yeah.
And you've gotten blocks and they were supposed to be 12-inch finished and they range a lot.
Yeah.
There's ways to cope with that. Coping strips.
Right.
But personally, I like cutting these exactly the right size because I am a precision piecer, a precision cutter.
Precision piecer?
Ooh, yes. So,
possibly.
So for me, trimming down takes time for me later, which I would rather be more accurate up front. But like I said in the beginning, everybody's different. If for some reason any of those steps along the way aren't working perfectly for you and you are better making it 3-inch square instead of 2 7/8 and then trimming it down, go for it. You've got to do what makes you happy and what works for you.
Yeah.
So, but for me, I'm happy with the 2 7/8.
Yeah. And you notice I didn't encourage folks to round that 3/4 measurement up to a full measurement, but on a 7/8, it's close enough, and with the trimming, it's gonna, and you're not going to waste extra fabric and all those kinds of things.
Right.
So okay, so from your lights, you had the 5 3/4, then the 2 7/8, and the 2 7/8 in the cutting instructions themselves actually ask you to cut that diagonal right away.
And that's triangle 3.
Yep, those are triangles 3.
I'm going to put them back with my Ziploc mark.
Excellent.
My 3.
Okay, got it.
Just out of the way.
And we'll hand you that back.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're moving on to fabric B, the medium. And if you have 2 mediums, this is the lighter of the 2 mediums because the other one was referred to as medium dark. And from that, we are going to need 27 of those same 5 3/4 inch squares.
Right.
Okay, so these are the 5 3/4 inch squares, and that is the only cut that we need. Am I saying that?
Nope.
Nope.
We need some more of those in
I got going a little too fast too. Sorry.
Really?
Why does it seem so easy when you're making the quilt and all of a sudden you get so nervous when everybody's watching you from home?
That's
okay,
right.
So then we also need, folks.
Wait, yeah, 5, and we need triangle 1.
Yep, so for triangle 1, these were squares that were originally cut at 3 1/4. These squares
Gonna do some magic.
are double cut on the diagonal. So I'm going to discourage you from any rounding.
Exactly.
You're going to want to stay exactly at your 3 1/4 by 3 1/4. That's a square, by the way. And then you're just going to cut all of those squares. And then again, in stacks of about 4, maybe 6. Don't go 8 or 10.
Thanks, Anita.
Thanks, Anita. We can't see what you can see. We're flying in the dark over here. Oh, this is great. But we are a wonderful team. I've been saying that since day one. Okay, so then once these are going to be diagonal cut.
This way, this way.
Oh, and this is when the efficient Susan, the Martelli mat, comes in so handy. So here, well, should we do this? See if I can get it recentered. Did I do it, Anita? Nice, we got a thumbs up from the tech booth. Okay, so now with our efficient Susan, we can show them the beauty of the cutting of the squares. And I do that, folks, because I want to be cutting as right-handed as possible. That's another safety issue, or I should maybe say dominant-handed. A lot of you creative people out there are left-handed, I understand.
Yes.
And so by being able to rotate your work, it really helps you be able to make a good, accurate cut. And I just literally place my ruler tip to tip. Anything that you could add to help me learn more precision?
No, tip to tip. I got nothing.
Got nothing. Tip to tip works, yeah. And I guess if anything were to get moved or shifted, then you would just try to line it back up on the corner so that when you make your next cut.
Exactly.
And sometimes that'll happen when you go to pull your ruler up if you slide it around too much.
Right.
Okay, so now we're going to dive into our dark medium.
Okay. Let me put these away.
Okay, with the dark medium, we're going to need that same size cut, the 3 1/4 by 3 1/4, and there was 18 of those, and there was 18 of the light medium cuts as well.
Right, so same thing. We had a nice, let me put this fabric back together.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love the fact that I can hear the folks in this room sewing along. Yes. I don't know what they're sewing on because I haven't told them what to sew on yet, but they're sewing along, and I'm sure that the folks at home are doing the same, which means we don't need to be nurvous. Nobody's paying attention to us at the moment, right? No, they're all sewing already.
I know what they're doing.
Right?
They're practicing their 1/4 inch.
Is that what they're doing? They're checking to see what the 1/4 inch is?
Yeah.
I love it. It wouldn't be a bad thing to do right now. Okay. Okay, so we have those 3 1/4 by 3 1/4 triangles cut.
Right, so we're going to do a slice this way, and a slice this way, and voila.
Awesome. And then we also are going to cut 6 4.5 by the woof, the width of fabric. WOF for our new quilters out there stands for width of fabric. And so you're going to be basically cutting at 4.5 inches by roughly, let's just call that about 42-ish,
yeah, 40, it's somewhere between 40 and 44.
Yeah. And sometimes, and if you've pre-washed your fabric, that also changes the measurement there a little bit. So your cut's going to be 4.5 inches wide, and that will be used for the outer borders. And then they've given us some subcut information on these.
I don't cut those yet.
I don't either.
I wait until my quilt top.
I thought we were different at this.
We're different at a lot, but we're still quilters.
That's true, because my quilt might grow.
It might. You might need a bigger quilt.
I might need a bigger quilt.
No.
You know, and that's one of the cool things about this project, and I think I saw some comments out there, what if we want to resize?
Right.
So especially if you're working from your own stash, this is going to be a you certainly could grow it kind of quilt.
Right, right. Not only that, but sometimes I will evaluate how much fabric I have, and I will increase the size of my outer border so that when I put it on the long arm and if I'm running an edge-to-edge design, then later I can trim it down. I give myself a cushion around the outside.
Right.
But so that's just me. I just wait till later for the outer border. Inner borders, I mean, you can cut them now or you can cut them later, but I usually leave all my border cutting till I get my top together,
right.
the inside of the top.
Let's see.
But that's a clue that you have borders on this quilt.
That's right. Where did I have something stashed somewhere. So what I did from my print fabrics is I cut my borders, but I haven't even taken the selvages off anything yet because they will be straight pieced together.
I think this is your binding.
This is my binding. So we don't need that yet, not till it's quilted in.
Right.
But yes, my inner border and my outer borders, I just have them, and I know I have a little extra in case I want to grow the quilt. I can come back in and add. So I've made the width, but I haven't pieced them together yet either.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's what you were saying.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I just haven't even cut them yet, but you're a step ahead of me.
Now they're a step ahead of my mystery because they could see 2 of my print fabrics too.
Yep.
Okay, so where are we at? Fabric D, the dark?
The dark.
Awesome.
And the dark is some big 5 3/4 inch squares again, correct?
Absolutely. So 34 of the big 5 3/4 inch squares.
And then the outer border, or the inner border and the binding.
Inner border and the binding.
Inner border, we didn't list binding yet. from binding down here.
Yep.
So these are the last of the pieces that we need to start to accomplish our blocks today.
Yes.
And then we get down to this prep, and then I think we're
at it. We're there. We're into chain piecing and prepping, I think.
Yeah, so let's just talk about this marking that was done on the larger piece 4.
Yep.
Which is our lighter.
And
okay.
folks, how do I say this? The quilt was a mystery to Tiffany and I for quite a while. We were given information to help us get ready, but it was also kept a mystery. When we started working through the prep work, we realized it would be great to offer the drawing instructions, the part we're about to show you.
Correct.
Some of you may be right here right now because you didn't know there was a supplemental piece of information. No problem. This is like I said, we're all working at a different pace. So this is kind of what happened for us. We found new things we wanted to share as we began prepping. So we're going to go ahead and build using our light and our medium and our light and our dark squares now, but we're going to mark these first. And Tiffany's looking for a marking device.
Oh, there's one here too, but this one is
that's
light.
white. That's not going to work.
It's not going to show. Well, you're not going to be able to see it. Okay, so to mark exactly as the instructions are, we're using a quilter's magic wand. And I know not everybody has this, so let me show how to use the magic wand, just like it shows in the instructions, and then let me show you how to mark if you don't have a magic wand. Sound good?
That'd be great.
Okay, and you correct me if I'm doing anything that you don't agree with, but I believe we sit this magic wand down corner to corner, and there is a line right through the middle of this magic wand. We want that to come out at each corner at the points. And we're going to hold it, and I'm shaky because I'm nervous, and we're going to mark on either side of this tool, this wand, this magic wand, right? Then we're going, well, your pen has to show up a little bit better than that. I'll do better on this angle. A little more. I am using a friction pen. This one goes away with heat. These are all going to be inside my seam allowances, so I'm not stressed about the using of a friction pen. You can use whatever marking tool makes you happy. I would probably not go to a Sharpie. That's a little drastic. Okay, so this one you can see better. I marked on each side. Then you're going to take this later. Right now we're going to pin it to another piece, like it says in the instructions.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and make sure that we don't give anybody the wrong information. So onto the medium, we need 27 of the mediums.
Put them right sides together.
And then of the darks, there's 34 of the darks.
Excuse me, pardon me.
Pins, get in your pins. And you pin after you mark so that the pins aren't in the way of the marking tool.
Correct.
I learned that the hard way.
Did you?
Yeah, so I stopped using pins.
Okay. All right, so we're going to make how many? 27?
27 of your light, and your folks, if you're using prints and not batik, make sure you're matching your fabrics right sides together right now.
Yes.
You're making sure that your correct sides or your print sides are touching each other right now.
Correct. So you do the same thing, mark it, pin it, same thing for...
Yeah. Oh, and I'm sorry, for 34 of the darks.
34
That's
of the
the information
darks.
you're waiting for.
Yes, but
The control tower said she needed to stir the soup or tell us what...
Yep.
Hey guys.
Yeah,
Hi.
what
I thought we might pause and answer a question that
Okay.
we have in the comments.
Oh, good, we're getting comments.
We're getting a lot. So we have a lot of people.
This is Anita, by the way.
Can you guys hear me? I'm not mic'd, but both of them are mic'd, so we're gonna hug each other so you can hear me. Okay, so we're getting a lot of questions from people that I think are just now joining us.
Oh, great.
In the comments. So if you have not already printed out your cutting instructions and your step 1 and stuff like that, it is available in a link in the description of this video. If you are watching from Craftsy's page, there is a link on the landing page. If you will just scroll right there on the page, it says download your files here. We are going to be putting the instructions in this Dropbox folder throughout the day. So part of the fun of the mystery is that we're only going to release it in clues and pieces. And so the next step is actually available for you guys to download right now. If if you have a phone, a cell phone, an iPhone or something, the easiest thing to do is to just click on that and just screenshot that part of the instructions so that you can keep it by your sewing machine and just kind of watch along with us. So yeah, you guys bear with us. We're trying to make sure everybody gets the links that they need. But yeah, just take your time and have fun, guys. You know, we're gonna kind of learn how to do this together today. I've never made this project before. Tiffany has, obviously, but I haven't. So I'm gonna have fun watching. And yeah, if y'all have any questions, keep dropping them. But yeah, the link is up there in the description.
Thank you so much.
Perfect.
I'm gonna pick up my binding real quick too before it gets walked all over.
All right, let's go back to if you do not have a quilter's magic wand,
okay,
what you can do, okay? You have that big ruler, or even the square one will work for me. Okay, so if you do not have that magic wand, let's just draw a diagonal line from point to point on this square. And then let's turn it and draw a diagonal line on this side from point to point. At this, when you are ready to go sew, when using the magic wand, you will sew on these lines. If you're doing this technique, you will sew a 1/4 inch on either side of this line. If it makes you happy to have a drawn line, you can come back and draw a 1/4 inch on either side of the first diagonal lines that we have.
Would you change color friction pens so that it could help you know which, you make sure you don't accidentally stitch on the middle line?
Absolutely. And if you stitch on the middle line, you will go back and stitch a 1/4 inch on either side of it and cut through that middle line, and it'll probably separate fine even if you happen to. But that's more time and energy that I don't want to spend, and I don't know that anybody else really wants to spend extra time, because you know there's like a whole bunch more quilts out there in my life for me to make.
You know what I have found really interesting is not only are there so many different folks or different design styles in quilting, but there's so many different reasons that folks actually enjoy the quilting process. True. I mean, I believe that a lot of us do it because it helps us with our mental health. You know, and working with our hands is so important. But I guess what I'm trying to say is some folks like to quilt because they like to pick out fabric and their houses are very warm. Some people like to make quilts because they like to make quilts and give them away. Their houses aren't as warm, you know what I'm saying? And some folks like to quilt. Like I actually got into patchwork quilts so that I could do the machine quilting. That's what my original interest level was in quilting, was more the putting the thread through all the layers. It was like drawing with a needle and thread. And so that's where my interest level came in. Hey, I've got a trick question for you. What if you didn't have a ruler or a pen?
Not a ruler or a pen. Well, you must have a ruler because you had to cut them out.
Okay, so what if you just don't have a pen?
There are other tools. I don't know if anybody has them. Oh, you're giving me.
Throw me one of those. Throw me one of those.
You could use an iron.
You could use an iron.
You could press. You're so smart, Rob. You could press this from corner to corner in each direction.
And look, you even got it with a finger press.
I did. And from this to this, and then you could sew a 1/4 inch on either side of those folded lines. Yeah. Did I pass?
You passed.
Whew, I needed a hint.
If you don't have a pen, let us know in the type in the comments below. You need a pen. Well, somebody near you will come over. Oh, but you know what could be fun though? I saw this part in the comments. Folks were talking about not having friends to sew with. This is why we're a community. Let each other know where you're at and gather at your local quilt shop so you can find that community of people to be doing this with next time we do this kind of thing with, right?
Yes.
Okay,
absolutely.
sorry, I'm stalling. Now we got to get to sewing.
Okay.
Okay, so Anita, can I actually show part 2? They got part 2 already? Yes. Okay. Link in the description is part 2. And here they are. The instructions for part 2.
Face down.
Face down. Part 2 coming at you. Link in the description on YouTube. Link on the page on Craftsy. I think it's in files on Facebook, something like that. At any rate, here we go, folks. We are ready to fire up the sewing machines.
Yes.
We are ready to start doing our piecing. We are going to make total of 72 2-color triangles.
Yes.
with our dark, medium, no, our dark and our medium. Am I saying that right? Yeah.
Yes.
You'll have to trust me on this.
Go back and look at your original
so
cutting
nervous.
and find piece 1. What color is piece 1 from?
That's from our medium.
And piece 2?
Is from our
Medium dark. This is my medium and my medium dark.
That's right.
So follow along with your set of fabrics. Make sure you refer to the cutting instructions. So push it up. We're getting clues. So I like to arrange mine just like the picture.
Cannot disagree with that.
And then I am going to pick up my piece 1, my piece 2, put them together, and sew my 1/4 inch.
Okay, you were going to test the machine real
I
quick.
was.
So let's just do as we say and do.
I'm going to have to go back and take this out later because this
That was one of your squares?
That was one of my squares. I like to have a leader in my machine, so that's what I'm going to call that piece.
Are you going to teach these folks to chain piece?
I am.
Oh, awesome.
There's number 1, and now you just want to go through and grab all of them, not all of them at once, but one at a time, pair them up, and then chain them through your machine, like so. Just keep going. And once you do that,
okay, and
we
they're
will
still
have-
they're still on our needle at the moment. So we're
Okay.
going to get to our main cam. Look at that. Confetti of chain pieces. That's
Right.
so awesome.
right.
Now, what I like to do with chain piecing, this is a hint that it was so funny, I actually kept it so handy that I almost didn't want to move it. So I took my units, right, and I matched them up like the instructions had them.
Mm-hmm.
And then I put them over. And when I'm chain piecing with triangles, I do like to lead from my squared edge instead of my tip.
Absolutely.
Right? I'm glad to hear you say that. So what I actually did is I took this and I set it on top of my machine. I took one unit and I set it on top of my machine like that. So I could just keep grabbing them and knowing that was my chain all day in case I dropped them or whatnot. And I had print, so it was easier to make sure they were right sides together. If you're new to quilting, I do not want you to spend the rest of your day trying to figure out what is the right side of your batiks. Grab either side and just keep sewing.
Just go.
Just keep on going. Here's the funny part of my answer, though, or my tip. Once I started putting everything together, I was missing a unit. And I searched high, and I searched low. You know where it was? It was still on top of my sewing machine. I had looked at it for so long, it became a part of the furniture and decorations around my sewing room. And so sure enough, that was the situation. So I'll take care of that square for you here in a little while. We do have a seam ripper handy, unfortunately. But yeah, okay, so I had to tell that wonderful story during the chain piecing because I found that was really helpful. And this is awesome.
All right.
Can I wear it as a necklace or do we
You
need
can.
this?
No, I have a little more.
You
that
have a
we
few
can-
more? Okay, what's next?
You can wear it as a necklace. Next, we are going to cut these apart. Do we have a block
Oh,
cutter?
you know what? I forgot my little block cutter. And it was on the optional instructions as well.
We'll get one.
Okay.
We'll get one sometime today so they know what that is.
Okay, why don't you do this? Why don't you show them how to cut using the sewing machine blade here,
Okay.
and I'm going to go find a block cutter. Because I knew that everybody else in the room already had them.
Oh, it's right here.
Ta-da!
On this particular machine that we're using, there is a spot on the side that has a little razor cut, and that's what Rob meant. I could just go over there and do it, but this block is phenomenal when you have a large chain of pieces that you can just come on through and separate them.
And
Speedy like.
And if you're hand sewing on an airplane, you can keep this in your hand sewing set because it's TSA approved.
True.
Yeah, that's awesome.
True. At this point, what did you do next, Rob?
I took the time because I'm the person that does everything in one step before I move on to the next. I went over to the ironing board and I pressed all of these over to the darker of the two fabrics.
Okay.
So, because that was what I needed to do for myself.
Okay.
What did you do at this point?
At this point,
Oh, I know what you've done. I said I pressed to the darks. Let's start having this conversation right now.
I pressed to the. I pressed.
You opened them up. I can see that.
I'm losing my.
Your steps?
No, not my steps, my rulers, my tools.
Oh, it's because I keep moving them.
That one will work. I was looking for the slotted trimmer and a regular
Oh, your
square.
slotted trimmer. It's on your secret hiding space.
It's in my secret hiding space. I used my slotted trimmer, and I have to think how I organized this.
Do you want the mat too?
Nope, I don't. I'm not going to use the mat just yet. I just want to get where everybody can see.
Okay.
So the slotted trimmer, we're going to talk about later as well, on how we're going to trim down if you cut your pieces oversize, and how to trim them down.
Right.
But because I had my slotted trimmer, and I like to remove all my dog ears at this stage before I press open, because if you press a triangle open, then you have 2 dog ears hanging out, so it's double cutting. So I just put mine, I used the trimmer probably not in the way it was expected to be used. That's why I'm not demoing it for sure at this point, but I did use it, and the slotted trimmer has an opening. Am I in the camera, Anita? And I got that little triangle off now, so that when I went over to press and I press open, I don't have much dog ear. I could trim the other side as well, and I probably did. But anyway, we are going to need to press these little ones, these 1-2s that make the unit 1. You need to either press them open, press them to the dark, but we got to get these made and pressed.
Gotcha.
Okay?
Okay, let me press that one for you. Do that a couple more times for him. And
okay. Above the yellow line. Perfect.
And I'm going to interrupt Tiffany. If you're using your slotted trimmer, you do it before you press. That's one of the tricks with your slotted trimmer, is you want to do it before you press. And that's why I said I had pressed first, because I didn't use the slotted trimmer at this step, because I wasn't accurately trimming everything down.
Right.
So yeah.
All right. So I have placed the slotted trimmer. I have a little piece of tape on my 2-inch line. That's 2-inch finished. I'm sorry, 1.5-inch finished, 2-inch right now is what I am using for this particular piece. If you don't have this slotted trimmer, turn away. Just don't worry. Just don't worry.
Go stir the soup.
Go stir the soup.
Go stir your soup. Make sure you've got the honey cornbread getting going.
All right. So I'm just removing the dog ears from the pieces. It's not particular for everybody. It's just particular for a person who is a little crazy.
Right?
That would be me.
That's right.
Okay. And then I pressed open. And I like to press open. I started pressing open years ago when I was making a block of the month, designing my own block of the month, and all of the blocks, I could not predict where they were going to set and how to nestle the seams, and I didn't want massive bulk, so I decided I think I'll just try pressing open. And I did, and I like it, and I like it for a number of reasons. But just like many things in quilting, there are 2 schools of thought. And there are the people that will always press to the dark side, and there are people who will attempt to press open. I like to press open because when I then go to machine quilted, I don't have any of those really deep layers of quilt pieces in between my intersections. Sometimes you can get, depending on your pattern, you can get maybe 8 layers deep, and the machine doesn't like it if you go right over that. So they're much more flat when you press open, but you never want to stitch in the ditch if you are using the pressing open method, because if you're stitching in the ditch and you've pressed open, all you have in your ditch holding it together is stitching. Right. I do reduce my stitch length, so there are more stitches in there, but I still don't want to stitch in the ditch. So if your plan is to stitch in the ditch, you really don't want to press open. Okay. Now I will press open most of my quilt top, and then when I get out to the borders, I will press to the side. Okay. Because they're not going to have all those intersections. But that's my theory. Do you pre-wash? Do you not pre-wash? Which way do you press? Do you starch? Do you not starch? We all have to go and figure out our favorite technique that works for us. But I've been preaching on that all morning, huh?
Yeah, so do I need to apologize again for sending you the late night text when I was so excited about the pressing of my seams open a few weeks ago? I did. I sent Tiffany a text because I was very fortunate. When I first joined up at Stitch in Heaven, we needed to get some quilts done right away. So Tiffany volunteered to put together that beautiful Texas Starlight with the black background. And some of you have been seeing me quilting that live at home. And she pressed all of the seams open, and I really immediately felt the difference, especially on quilting on some of these smaller little home machines and things.
Yes.
It was a big difference. But then I was working on a Super 60 template quilt that's all of these 60-degree triangles coming together. And I didn't press all of the interior parts, but I did press the big triangle parts. And it really made a difference when I got ready to quilt it as well. And so I sent Tiffany a text, but I forgot it was about 10 o'clock or so in California, which meant it was about midnight here in Texas. So.
I didn't see it till the next morning, so it was okay.
I'm so proud of myself. I'm pressing open.
But that's a really good point too. If you know what your quilt is ahead of time, and you can put all the inner pieces pressed to the dark, and that's what you love to do. And then when you need to assemble, if you know where they're going to have lots of pieces coming together, you can press open.
Yep. And you know, for me, as I mentioned, I got into this shtick because of wanting to machine quilt. So I haven't ever done a stitch in the ditch. I've done some stitching near the ditch so that I could accent the seam allowances, but I'd much rather do a bunch of graffiti, doodle, quilting, whatnot, you know, and make it crazy and wild.
That seems to be, from what I see in quilts when you go to shows and you look at things hanging, that seems to be much more the thing to do. Stitch in the ditch is a technique that is not seen nearly as often anymore, in my opinion, from what I'm seeing out there. Okay, so after you have 72 of these units.
All right, what's next?
Then we want to change it from unit 1 to unit 2.
Okay.
So what do you think we need to do?
I'm assuming this is now that light fabric?
Yep.
That one size triangle that was different than everything else is now the perfect size triangle.
Perfect. So this is triangle number 3, and we're going to triangle number 3, and we're adding it to unit 1. So now we're just going to put these right sides together and go and sew them. I like to sew from the pieced side, so that I can see if I have the opportunity, if one side is pieced and the other side is not. I like to sew from the piece side so I can see and make sure that I'm not flipping my pressed open seams.
Right. Yeah, you work so hard to get those seams open, you might as well not stitch them closed.
Right. So shall I do?
Yeah, this is awesome. So folks, there is an absolute right way to put together the 2 medium fabrics. That's why we played a lot and talked a lot about orientation. Just keep your instructions handy. Keep all of them. They're all the same. Once you have them in this triangle format here, there is no wrong answer. You're just going to be adding on that light colored triangle to the edge. So, well, I guess there would be a wrong answer if it didn't touch. So the light's going to touch both other color fabrics.
It's got to match.
It's going to match up.
It's got to, the length of the edge of the triangles have to match.
Really
I don't think you could. You will not end up with anything that will go in a quilt if you do that.
Yeah, so just make sure your light touches both medium fabrics.
All right, let's just pretend I sewed that.
Well, you can sew it if you want. You've got 2.5 minutes until the next step drops.
Okay.
I mean, we're really making a quilt. You're far behind on yours, by the way. That's all that vacationing you were doing. Well, this is as far along as you are. You're super behind in comparison to where I'm at. Oh. I'm going to get a shot of coffee.
Okay.
Do we have coffee shots? It's going to be hot, isn't it?
Rob needs his coffee. I'll be okay. I'm just going to clean up a little bit, move things out of the way that we don't need at this moment. I am going to separate these. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to trim these.
I don't want to burn myself.
No, I'm not. We doing okay? You got your shot?
I got my coffee shot.
Straight?
Yeah,
no,
straight.
No sugar, no cream?
No, it's always black. I added a little cold water though because I was afraid it was going to be too hot. And I really wanted to make sure that everybody knew that I was not, what I say, I'm off the wagon or on the wagon? I'm a recovering alcoholic, folks. It's been, February will be 11 years. And it's, yay! And if it wasn't for, now I quilted while I was drinking. But it was quilting that helped me get through the recovery process because I needed something to help my hands and my mind. And so yeah, so I wanted to make sure you all knew my shot glass was only for coffee.
All at once? No. Too hot? Oh, all at once. Rob's back.
Rob's back.
Rob's back.
That's too fun.
All right, can you press this one for me?
Absolutely.
Even though it's not trimmed yet and it's got dog ears, can you press that
And we're
open?
going to press it open, and you're pressing it from the top side. Do you always press open
No,
from the top side?
I usually flip and
Okay.
do the back. I want to make sure that that seam stays open.
I have one of those little cool boards that somebody gave me. Like it's a little, what's it called? It's a
Oh,
rounded.
yes.
It's a. Do they just call it a pressing board? That looks kind of cool.
No,
Just as it
it's
is.
got to have a name.
It's got to have a name.
Got to have a name.
I know what a pressing ham is, and that's not what I'm referring to.
Okay, this was what I was talking about earlier, though. If you press open, then you have twice as many dog ears to trim away. And you can do that a couple of ways. You can use some scissors, but I don't know where I've stashed mine.
You need some scissors?
Nope, because I
a rotary cutter?
have the ability
Yeah,
to use
yeah.
a rotary cutter. And I'm not afraid to find the edge and freehand mine, because this is out in the seam allowance.
Okay.
But if you're afraid, you do want to put a solid blade or a solid ruler next to it so you don't cut into your block.
Right.
But this is now the unit that we need, unit 2. 72 of them,
Just 72.
just 72.
Just-
And again, if you get all 72 done, fine. And if you don't,
That's right. But this is something I think we took notes on.
yes, Rob has some more news and info for you.
We need a total. Okay, I want to make sure I'm saying this right. So, folks, if you're going to follow the do some with us and then move on to the next phase with us, then move on to the next phase with us, we are going to get you to the point where you have several blocks constructed so
Right.
that you can start to build rows and columns and those kinds of things. So therefore, if you're going to just do the basic requirements to see some of this come together, let's make 20 of these units.
Okay.
Okay, make 20 of these is all you need before you keep sewing. We're going to give you all a little bit of time. We're
Yep.
going to draw some prizes. Are you comfortable? Can we give them that information? Okay, 1 million comments. And remember, you've got your microphone too if you ever want to read your.
So
Should be 2.5, right?
2.5 is the unit size currently. If you're asking for finished size, when we sew the 1/4 inch around each edge of it, it will be a 2-inch finished unit in our quilt. But at this point, you want 2.5 inches.
Yep. A lot of times I'll call that raw in a video. I'll say 2.5 raw or 2.5, cut.
Yep.
Okay.
Different verbiage for that. So
Was
raw,
that the question they were
unfinished?
asking, Anita? Is what is this size finished unit, 2.5 inches?
Nope. Right now.
Yeah, right now, at this moment. And you need 20 of those of this part if you want to just stay with us on pace. Yep.
If you want to just try to get to a reasonable amount of blocks today. And if that's not reasonable for you, just make what you can make and we'll assemble. You can assemble what you have when we get to the next steps. Don't panic. Don't, when it's not,
You think I'm being pushy if I said do a minimum of 4?
no, you're not pushy. A minimum would 4, that's the minimum.
You got a minimum of 4. Make 4 of those.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think we're going to do, are we getting close to some prize drawings and that kind of stuff? Oh, yes.
Oh.
Yes, please.
Anita's going to read to us. I'm going to get a sip of water.
You going to get a coffee shot?
Yeah. Did we both leave the camera?
There you go.
We're back.
Okay, guys, I know you can't see me, but you should be able to hear me. My name's Anita, and am I the narrator? Is that what I should call myself, the narrator?
Well, yeah.
Overseer of
Overseer.
Okay.
She's a producer.
I feel like a sportscaster,
You are,
you
you're
know?
a producer.
Okay. So I found a really fun comment from Jackie, and I believe this one's on Facebook, and she says, "Remember to breathe, the turtle wins the race."
Exactly.
I love that, Jackie. I love that. A lot of people are having a lot of fun, and they are really enjoying all the hints and the little tips and tricks that we're learning.
Perfect.
Somebody said that a while ago, Rob, the word you were looking for was clapper. It's a wooden
Oh, it's a
clapper. To
Oh,
clapper
that's right.
the
For
presses.
ironing
Yes.
out our press seams.
Yes. Okay, and Virginia would like to know, what did you say about pressing the seams open and why?
I press them open because if I'm making a very intricate quilt and I can't predict where the seams will nestle, and by nestle I mean when you press to the dark and you press something else to the dark and you sew them together, then that seam nestles and you don't have bulk. But since I'm making intricate quilts a lot of times and I don't foresee how I'm going to nestle seams, I've decided to press open. And then I found other benefits for pressing open. It does take longer, and I personally need to pin when I start to put units together, but I love the flatness of the quilt. And I did some thinking about pressing seams open and pressing seams to the dark side and why I think we probably started to do that. And you can chime in on this if you think I'm crazy. But
I know she's crazy, but let's see what she says first.
I would say 100 years ago, when somebody was making a quilt and they were pressing their 1/4 inch toward the dark, they were hand quilting, and that gave a 1/4 inch guide for them to hand quilt with. Does that make sense?
Okay.
On the old ones? But we're not, I don't know, when was the last time you saw a hand quilted quilt at a quilt show?
It had a ribbon on it.
They'll almost always have a ribbon on them, if there's even a category for hand quilting.
Right.
But I would say majority of us anymore aren't doing hand quilting.
No.
So if that was the purpose of pressing to the dark,
Right.
we've lost that purpose. And now if we're doing domestic quilting on a small machine, or we're doing long arm quilting and we're doing all kinds of all over designs, we're securing those seams again with the machine quilting on the quilt. So that's why I go to the
That's a
press
good
the open.
answer. You want to know why I press my seams open?
Why does Anita press her seams open?
Because I'm a garment sewer and I start pressing them open by habit, and then until I get to sewing and I realize, oh, I think I'm supposed to press to the side. But in garment sewing, that was something that was like drilled in my head as a little girl by my grandmother. You know, you press them open.
Right.
You know. Anyway.
I tried garment sewing. It didn't work for me. I like quilts because they're flat and they fit everybody.
Yeah, I had also heard that, like in a situation like this, Anita, can we go to top cam, please?
Yes.
In a situation like this, if we would have pressed to the light side, you could see more of the bleed through of the fabric, the dark fabric on the light side. But sometimes in a situation like this, you know, because you have patchwork, it wants to push anyways in one direction. So sometimes you have to press into the lights.
Yes.
Or press open, like you've done. This is what Tiffany was referring to as nestled seams. So I just grabbed a couple of pieces real quick, and I pressed each of these into the dark side, so that when I would match, if I was matching those up, they would match up like this, so that my seams are actually fanned over, so that there's 2 pieces of fabric on the left side, 2 pieces of fabric on the right side. But Tiffany, you were also describing the quilting process. And there was something you mentioned that you would never press your seams open for, so will you go over that again too, please?
Sure. I won't press them open if I intend to stitch in the ditch, which I can't even tell you the last time I did stitch in the ditch. But that's just me. But I just want quilters to know that if they intend to stitch in the ditch, that you don't want to press your seams open. Just store that for future knowledge. But I want to go back on something you just said. You know, when you use a very light fabric and you do happen to press the other way and you can see that shadowing, that also happens with the corners, and that's why I trim off all those dog ears, because the dark ones, if they show up behind a light fabric, you will have that shadowing of that little triangle. And so me just being very precise about it, that's why all my dog ears are always trimmed. I don't want to worry about them sneaking in behind shadow, you know, making shadows later.
The best example I can provide for all of you folks, especially this time of year, is think about the wonderful example Cousin Eddie has on Christmas Vacation. Let me take you to the scene where we're inside the living room drinking eggnog, and he's wearing a cream-colored sweater and a black, I think they call it a Dickies, but it's a mock turtleneck, and you can see the outline of, I love you, Cousin Eddie, but it just could have done better. So anyways, that's the bleed through I'm referring to, and yes, we just watched that. You know what would be a fun comment to do is how many other folks watched Christmas Vacation, Elf, and Home Alone in the last 2 weeks? Those are our 3 family favorites at home. So,
guess what time it is, guys?
Prize time?
It's prize time!
Prize time!
You hear the background, everybody's like,
Where's my horn for prize time?
So, do you want to go take our side cam and point it towards over here so that we can get the full effect? And then you'll have to go and switch for us.
You got it. Hang on a sec.
Should I put my Happy New Year hat on?
Yes.
Absolutely. There she is, looking sassy. Okay, prize time.
Okay, are we good? Okay. Hey everybody, my name's Anita. I think like 5 of y'all know who I am, but for the rest of y'all, I'm the marketing coordinator here. And I got the most fun job, I think, of all the staff because I got to get all these prizes together for you guys. So, do y'all see my prize table? Look how cute it is. It's very sparkly. Okay, so our prize is going to be this little goodie bag from Bentertex, and there's a lot of fabric in here. Fabric and patterns and books, and you guys see that? Okay, so can I get a drum roll? Okay, and our first winner is, and I hope I'm going to say your last name right, but it's Barbara Pointer. And I think it is Poynter. Barbara Pointer. So Barbara, if you're on, yay Barbara! So Barbara, if you're on, I need for you to email info@stitchinheaven.com, okay, and get in touch with them. We are going to need your address so that we can ship your prize to you, okay? Yeah, I'm excited. We just gave away our first prize. It's such a good prize, too. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm going back to my corner now.
All right, she's going back to her corner. I'm going to take the cam real quick and go check on the rest of our sewers out there. Let's see how we're doing. Here I come, sewers. All right, how's it going? If you have extra clues on your table, please hide them as I'm coming around. You better not have clues. I don't know how you would have gotten extra clues. I don't know who would have had extra clues. That's right. Scott's on coffee break. Those of you who do not know, this is Mr. Scott Hayes, as in Mr. Tiffany Hayes? Mr. Needle in a Haystack, that it is. And he is a true quilter as well, an amazing machine quilter. And he's piecing. How many quilts have you made, Scott?
This is number 1.
That's what I thought. Right. But how many have you completed?
Quite a few.
That's what I thought. See how that works, folks? Awesome. How you doing there, Rosa?
Hey.
Looking good. You having fun?
I am having fun.
That's great. Okay, let's go check on this side of the room. Okay, hi. If you somehow got to the copy machine when we weren't looking, hide your stuff. No, I'm kidding. Oh, your prescription glasses aren't on any longer over here, I see. I bet. Are y'all having fun?
We are.
Oh, that's great. Getting hungry yet?
Almost. I'm ready for the strongest soup.
Yeah, I'm getting hungry.
Screaming you right here.
Oh, that is too funny.
That soup smells so good.
Oh, doesn't it though? This is awesome. It's almost 11:15. Oh, here, look, I can even go over here and spy on Anita. This is the behind the scenes. This is what it looks like, folks. So yes, and don't even think that these quilts that are hanging are the mystery quilt either. These are just up. We had some echo yesterday, and we wanted to try to help with that a little bit. Dee, I'm going to embarrass you as well, because we always talk about Dee helping us out. There's Dee. She's like, we promised we wouldn't put her on camera for too long. That's right. Okay, Tiffany, I'm coming back in over
coming
here.
back? I'm just
behind the scenes.
I'm just cleaning up.
Isn't that fun? Getting ready for part 2.
I am.
All right. Well, I'm going to keep it on the prize table then.
Okay.
Give you the opportunity to get us dialed in there. You want to go back to the main camp? Okay, folks, so if you want to be lucky, like it was Barbara, correct, was her name? Okay, we have prizes. We'll be getting more prizes out throughout the day. If you would like to be entered in the prize drawing for the daily prizes today, all you need to do is comment at least one time. You can comment on Facebook, you can comment on YouTube. No? Yes? But not on the Craftsy channel. They can also on Craftsy. So we have all of those feeds coming in. All comments are entered in, so the more you comment, the more opportunity you're going to have there. That's just a little hint, you know, it's a regular drawing. Oh, random comment generator. They're using over there in the tech land, random comment generator to pull out from all of those comments. And then I'm just going to make sure I say this right, so I'm going to my notes. But the quilting cruise, the giveaway for the big super grand prize of a quilting cruise, that giveaway is on January 10th, 2023. Okay, so you need to go to Crafty's page to figure out how to enter that. Can I give them the mystery code for the text thing again, though? Don't tell them.
All the information is on Crafty's page.
Okay. Got it. Okay, so all the information for the cruise is all on the Crafty's page. If you didn't get it in your email directly, that's the best way we can keep you giving the information proper. Okay, so here we go. We had a prize drawing at 11. We've got a few minutes. Let's let them sew.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about some of the other tools we were using and that kind of stuff. And
Yeah, we'll do that at 11:30. Let's sew for a few.
yeah, sounds great. Well, I paused it. I muted it for a second and unmuted it. But when I muted it, it died over here. Yeah, I have muted it, but I had unmuted it. Why not? I just muted it again so I could come over and say all of that. Are we muted on?
Okay, you should be good now.
Okay, right. And is it?
Yeah, you should be good.
Okay. Oh, I wonder if it was when I wandered away or something.
Okay, we should be good.
Okay.
Okay, guys, are we on front cam, Rob? Okay, so it's almost lunchtime, and I'm super excited that I got to share one of my family recipes with you guys. It's kind of a tradition over here at Stitch in Heaven that we make soup when we sew together. It's something that's easy to make, and it's easy to feed a lot of people with it. So, is anybody else hungry in the background? Okay, so if you have not already and you are cooking with me today, now is an excellent time to go ahead and add your lasagna noodles to this the soup. Okay, so that this way, I waited this long because I don't really like them really soggy, and you know that nobody likes soggy noodles, right, Tiffany? You know, so I'm going to go ahead and break these up. So you're going to see me back here cooking. Okay. Okay. And y'all don't tell my husband, okay, but I stole his gumbo pot. Have we switched cameras? Can they see what I'm doing? Okay. So,
all they see is the gumbo pot.
Okay. But we're not making gumbo in it today. Maybe next year, guys. Today we're making lasagna soup. And maybe Rob can get y'all a shot. This is the consistency that I like mine. Okay. Okay. And then I am just taking my box of lasagna noodles here.
Can't wait to have ricotta.
I know. Y'all, it was so hard for me to find ricotta cheese. Shout out to my boss, Mark, who searched high and low this morning to find me ricotta cheese because we were all out.
That, October through May, Wood County is a
dry
county on ricotta cheese.
Yeah.
No ricotta county.
Yeah, Wood County apparently has no ricotta cheese. Okay, this is how I do mine, you guys. I just stand here, and normally I have the most adorable little helpers that stand about yay tall that do this part for me, but they're not here today, so I'm having to do it myself. And I just stand and kind of break up the noodles. Oops, I just hit Rob with that one.
Are those quarter
Live videos, right?
That's right. 1 1/4 inch slices of noodle parts.
Yeah, I'm just kind of putting them into chunks here.
What if your snap piece sounded like that?
And I'm just going to keep.
I came to see if I can get a bowl out.
Yeah. Sorry, I have a friend in the background that doesn't want the noodles in hers, so I'm going to go ahead and make her a bowl.
This is the gluten-free?
No, diabetic.
Oh,
You
gotcha.
can't- No pasta.
No pasta.
I would use chickpea pasta.
Right.
Oh, so she says she's diabetic, guys, so she can't have the
But
pasta.
would chickpea pasta do okay in the soup?
Yes,
Anna?
yes.
There you go. And there's fixins in the fridge, Anna.
Thank you.
So yeah, we're just going to continue to just kind of break these up, and then we're going to leave it on a low boil and keep an eye on it until the noodles are done. And then,
About 30 minutes or an hour? How long?
yeah, about, I don't know, until it's done. Rob's asking me all kinds of data-driven
I'm
questions.
hungry, that's all. I just gotta know I'm hungry.
So we're just going to wait till the noodles are done, and then we're going to add in some heavy cream because I like mine creamy, and then garnish it with some ricotta cheese and some mozzarella and a little shredded Parmesan. Is anybody in the comments making the soup with me? Dee, do we have anybody in the comments making the soup? Yeah, I'm hungry too. Oh, see, okay, cheese raviolis is a great idea. So what I've done before is use cheese tortellini. That's what I've done. But my kids prefer the lasagna noodles, so that's how I make it most of the time. But yeah, cheese ravioli, cheese tortellini, all that stuff is really good.
I think we need to start a cooking show. This is such an amazing kitchen here.
It really is the best kitchen, right?
There are people making soup alone.
There are people making soup.
Here, can you just funnel me some into my cup for me?
Just a shot of soup? Is
Can I
that what you're wanting?
Just a quick shot? I'm just real hungry.
Just enough to tide you
Give me
over.
a shot.
We have a question from Liz Moyer. She said, having the soup for dinner tonight, made the soup yesterday, and we'll add noodles right before dinner. Does the soup freeze well?
I have never actually froze this soup before.
Never lasted long
See,
enough
the
to
problem
freeze
is that I have 4 children, and 3 of them are boys. So nothing at my house lasts long enough to go in the freezer. I'm just going to be real honest with you. So.
I would freeze it before putting the noodles in.
Yeah, I think you can definitely freeze it before putting the noodles in. But I don't know. Why don't you try it and then let us know? We'll experiment.
That's right. Hey, I want to do a shout out real quick too. Are we on the main camera? Good. Okay, so Diane G, if you're watching today, thank you very much for the text message of support. You are absolutely the #2 fan out there. Mom, you better step up your game because Diane's catching up pretty dang quick. I tell you what, she sent me a very supportive text, and Diane and I haven't spoken for a couple of weeks since she was at retreat, but what she said in the text was, enjoy the journey, have fun, which is really a thing, because that's been part of what we've been talking about as a team here at Stitching Heaven as well, as enjoying the journey, doing longer, bigger projects like this, doing more in-depth videos and stuff. So Diane, you were super on point. Mom, I'm not kidding, you better step it up. Diane sent me a wonderfully supportive text message. Thank you, Diane, for being in my life.
Okay, I'm going to turn my mic off now.
Okay, let me make sure you're... Okay, they can hear you again, my friend.
All right.
Oh, I thought that was a napkin and wipe my face on it. Oh, no. I'm terrible. Okay, so are we getting close to ready? Oh, we've got a few minutes until the next pattern piece is available. Oh, this is it. You've already prepped this out?
A little bit.
Nice. Okay, I'm going to stay out of the way then.
No,
Let
you
you
can
take
stay right
over.
over
This
here.
is great. I'll go ahead and get our side camera ready for us.
Okay. Anita has the next set of instructions been... Anita had to get away from the stove so she could post the next set of instructions. And we're a couple minutes early. They're supposed to post at 11:30. We're close to that.
Right?
It's in there. Anita says it's in there.
Okay. New set of instructions?
Yeah, let's give them a few minutes.
Okay, we'll give them a few minutes. We'll keep them on the edge of their seats. This group of folks seems to be so patient and no anxiety, no anticipation whatsoever in their fabric choices or their getting ready.
Right.
It was so fun to watch all of you get so excited about this. And again, I know I said it earlier, but seeing the fabric choices.
Yeah, I love to see when people pick different fabrics than what I would choose.
Right, right.
You know, and then I can't wait to see what they'll turn into.
Right.
Because, you know, I don't like all the fabrics that you like. You aren't going to like all the fabrics that I like. But sometimes when you get them into the quilt, it didn't have to be the most perfect favorite fabric for it to work.
Right. Sometimes it's about the combinations as they go together. I think sometimes we get hung up on, oh, like I was looking for a brown with a polka dot, but I ended up with a little star or a little paisley. But in the long run, it's still going to read as a small print. It's still going to read as brown in the quilt. You know, it's just one of those, yeah, but I was really excited as I watched the mystery quilt develop, the way that just using very basic fabrics, but contrast, I think is important in quilting.
Yes.
I always like my patchworks to be able to describe themselves through contrast, you know, so you can see all the parts and pieces and things.
Yes, and then on occasion though, I see a quilt that's low volume and I'm like, oh, it's intriguing to me because I work in high contrast almost all the time.
Right.
So then you see somebody else's vision when they do something really different, like to me, really different is low contrast. The other thing that has always been hard for me to wrap my head around was scrappy, to do something scrappy, because I'm very pre-planned and I know exactly where every fabric's gonna go, and I was challenged once to do...
Is Scott going for a coffee run?
What? Yeah, we got some motorcycles zooming by. There we go.
I just figured that was Scott firing up the hot rod.
Yeah, nah, we didn't bring the hot rod today. Brought the family car.
Nice.
Yeah, but I was challenged to do a scrappy quilt for one of the fabric companies I work for. They wanted a collection from all of their designers into one quilt, and I really struggled with that, and I took all of the fabrics that they had given me and divided them up very much like this. Super light for the background, and then a light, a medium, and the dark. And I randomly cut the pieces I needed, and I sewed it together. It was one of my favorite quilts.
Wow.
But it is a controlled scrappy. I'm not the girl that can just pick out of a pile.
The bag, or the brown bag trick.
I still have to have some control in there.
At the end of the recorded tutorial that folks can see when it's, next week, whatever.
Next week.
I mentioned that I would like to do a scrappy version of this project because I think it would lend nicely to that. Although, and I don't want to say too much yet, a little bit later, I had I think what you were just referring to as a controlled scrappy vision. I don't think I would just randomly, but I might maybe favor a color family or something like that to try to help the controls.
Right.
So, yeah,
right.
all right.
All right, shall we talk about the next step?
I think we have. I'm going to go ahead and flip it over and let you take over from there.
Okay, stay close.
Okay.
I need my support.
That's right.
Okay, these are the squares that we cut at 5 3/4 from our beginning cutting instructions.
Right.
And we have paired them in those instructions with squares 4 and 5 and squares 4 and 6.
Right.
And we drew the lines on them.
Right. So these diagrams at the beginning are the drawing diagrams, basically, again, and now we're going to do the same thing with the stitching, and then once the information comes in on the red, that will be the cutting once the stitching has happened. I needed to. It's funny. I am often drawn to diagrams before the text. So I look at pictures and I had to really go back and understand what the picture was trying to tell me. So
yes.
A lot of times I'll try to point that out in my videos of the different information. So the blacks are now our stitching information and the reds will be the cutting information.
Correct. Mm-hmm. And so I have paired 4 and 5 squares together.
Great.
I drew the line from corner to corner and I stitched a 1/4 inch on either side. So whether you use the quilter's wand or you just drew a line, whatever you needed to do to get 8 stitched lines to this 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 stitched lines.
Okay, I know where the 8 came from.
You do?
Yeah.
It's coming, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so shall we talk about cutting them apart?
Yep. You hinted to it, we might as well do it.
Might as well do it. All right, you want to cut?
Sure.
All right.
Yep. So one of the things I always try to do is have a variety of ruler sizes around. And so I like a ruler that is bigger than the project, obviously, but not so big that I'm stumbling over it, especially once I have my Martelli mat. So what we're going to do first, folks, is, and I'm going to follow the instructions. Sometimes because I've seen the draw-on line, I want to cut the draw-on line, which we will do. Mm-hmm. But we're going to make 8 half-square triangle units out of these 2 squares. So it's actually going to be easiest to cut our straight lines before we cut our diagonal lines, because if anything were to shift or move, the diagonal lines will still be there for us. So I'm going to cut my straight lines first. What my eyes are looking for are the actual where the threads have crossed, but I also am hitting that center line, and then real gently I'm taking the time to make sure that my ruler has lined up along the bottom and the top, visually lined up along the sides. So that means that this cut right now is going to be as accurate, dividing both sides equally, straight, 90 degrees, all of those things, okay? So now we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna cut one here, and try not to move your fabrics at all. So sometimes I'll put a finger here as I pull up the ruler.
Good trick.
Right, and then I moved it anyway, so then I'm just gonna go ahead and rotate a 1/4 turn, and I'm going to do the exact same cut through the centers in the opposite direction. And now I have both this center line, the bottom line, the side line, all of that. Take a moment and make sure, because I did move it. And that's about the longest dead air space you'll ever feel right there, right? Okay, there. Got it as I want it. I'm going to scooch in now that you can see where that line's supposed to be. Now I'm going to go ahead and cut this. Slowing down while you're cutting this will help you not need as much trimming down the road if you're like me. Now that we've gotten basically our vertical and our horizontal lines cut, I've rotated now a quarter of a quarter turn, an eighth of a turn, and I'm going to go ahead and drop my ruler now on the diagonals. We're going to cut through there, and one more time, rotating it back. Okay. So now we have effectively generated 8 half-square triangles.
Perfect.
Nice and easy. At this point, some of you are going to want to use your slotted trimmer because we haven't pressed our seams open or to one side yet. Just as a reminder, the slotted trimmer works beautifully before you press open. So Tiffany, why don't you show or some of your other ideas?
I'm going to start with just a regular square ruler, because if you don't have a slotted trimmer tool or you don't have a block lock, you should have a square ruler. And so we want to show that you didn't need, if you don't have those things or you couldn't acquire those things or you're not sure if you wanted those things, you can still progress through the block. But I want to show you how to use the block lock and the slotted trimmer. So let's start with this one. So will you press one of these any way you want?
Okay.
Open or to the side?
Okay, well I'm going to quickly then just go to the side.
Okay.
And do you need another one pressed? I'll take my time to do that one open.
I sure do.
Because I need to practice my open.
Okay. So if you have a square ruler, this needs to trim to 2.5 inches. It should be 2.5 inches, but if it's not, if it is too big, at this point you can trim it down a little bit. And if anything, it's probably only a thread or two, and it probably won't matter when you go to piece them together. But if you still feel like you want to trim them down, you really, they should be the right size. If they are too small, that means that your 1/4 inch seam allowance is too big. Too big. I had to think through that one. Mm-hmm. You're nodding, so I thought through it, okay?
Yeah, because you're taking too much fabric out of what you wanted, so your seam allowance is too wide.
And this is way back to the, if you don't have a perfect 1/4 inch seam, which is really hard to attain, that's why we have trimming techniques. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to go ahead and trim, and at this point I'm trimming off that dog ear at the same time. I didn't use the martelli because we still had pieces sitting on here, but if you have that, you could trim it. If you don't have a martelli, we just use the old-fashioned flip it around technique. Now this ruler has a diagonal line from corner to corner, so I'm lining that up on the seam line, and I'm watching the edges on the 2.5 inch. And I'm going to trim, and this one I'm a little shy here, but I'm not going to stress about it. Like I said, off just a tiny bit, we'll be able to piece those in. It'll be in your seam allowance. So that's how to cut with just a square ruler.
They're not going to be able to see this, but I just figured this out. Look, I was trying to press it open, but there's still the stitching from that other line, so I can't press that tip open. So that would be a great opportunity for your
slotted trimmer,
or fingernails.
You can just pop that. Yeah. You can pop that seam easy. Somehow, I feel that that's almost a little bit satisfying, going through and popping that seam.
Okay.
I know.
I didn't want to do it. It was your quilt.
Now.
And you're desperately behind. Did I mention that already?
You did.
Mine's all but done.
I know. I need one pressed to the dark.
Oh, pressed to the dark?
Yep.
They all got moved. No, they didn't. There they are. Uh-oh, better have another shot of coffee.
No. Yes. Okay, let's see if I can restate that. Anita informed me that if you're watching on the Craftsy page, Anita's coming over. If you're watching on the Craftsy page.
If you are watching on the Craftsy page, then there is a link right above the chat box where you guys are commenting, and it says download. Okay, it's highlighted in blue. Just click that link. That will take you to where we're uploading all of the instructions today.
So you'll just have to visit there every time we give a new set of instructions.
Yeah.
Because it's a mystery. We're not going to read the last chapter yet.
That's part of the fun,
That's part of the fun, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Are we on to the block lock?
Yes,
press
because
to
I've
the
given
dark.
you a couple press to the dark. These are two press to the dark.
Perfect.
We've reserved these for the, okay.
The slotted
I didn't
trimmer.
get going too fast.
Nope, you're good. So if you own a block lock, you probably know how to use it. If you don't have a block lock, not sure if you want a block lock or you just want to see how the block lock works, that's what we're up against. So to use a block lock ruler, you must press to one side or the other. The pressing open does not work working with a block lock ruler, okay? Now it is pressed to the darker fabric, which is toward me. That's the way I like to set it, because then when I set the block lock ruler on here, I can read the word block lock as I'm setting it on this piece. And what happens,
Oh, that's a really cool technique because
like
I
that?
pointed out that you can put it on wrong.
you can totally put it
Okay,
on wrong.
so let me see if I can say that again. The fabric that's been pressed to, AKA the dark in this situation, you have it pointing into your lap, and therefore you can read the word block lock, and that causes that groove to lock into the seam perfectly.
Yes,
That's a lot easier than guessing,
it's way easier than guessing.
because I've been guessing.
Well, don't guess.
Okay.
Okay. The other thing is this block lock, the reason it works is because it is grooved out along the side, the back side, so it sits on that seam allowance.
Yeah.
It is marked like the other rulers with 1 inch and 1/2 inch increments, and we want to trim this to 2.5 inches. So I'm going to scooch up, and I'm a little too small, but if you were doing the technique where you cut your triangles a little bit bigger and you would trim them down, this is what a block lock works really well for. This technique, we are not. We told you, please don't make them bigger. So it was not an option here. I just want to show you how the block lock works. So I'm going to go through and pretend that I'm trimming off my excess, right? And now I can turn the whole unit and just slide this down to my 2.5 inch and trim the other side. And if I was doing it on the Martelli mat, that would have been a super easy move. Okay, so this is with a regular square, this is with a block lock, and now our new favorite tool.
Yeah, this slotted trimmer I think is really cool.
Slotted trimmer is the new favorite tool. So we're not going to press at all before we trim with the slotted. Let me look at it. Clearly perfect slotted trimmer. It's a mouthful, but it's so worth it for the tool itself. In the container, in the package, you get 2 of these rulers, and that is so that you can have 1 inch increments and 1/2 inch increments. And so you'll have to figure out for whatever project you're working on which tool you need. Let's see, did I bring the right tool? Hold please.
Hold please. The slotted trimmer has 2 templates or 2 rulers in the package. One has even number cut increments and the other has the half numbers like 2.5, 3.5, 4.5, and I believe that was what needed to be swapped out there.
It needed to be swapped out because there is a line on trimmer A that tells me this is going to be a 2-inch finished half square triangle when it's in the quilt, but right now we're needing it to be a 2.5 inch. So I want to find the line that says 2.5 inch with the 2 inch in parentheses.
Gotcha.
And there is a dotted line. That dotted line I want exactly on my stitching line. So if I had made them bigger, I could trim them down. If my seam allowance isn't correct, I can trim them down, but the dotted line goes right on the stitching line. And then, this is a little far out for me, so I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna trim 1, 2, and carefully come back in the slots and trim both of them. And what happens is that now I have a perfect 2.5 inch unfinished half square triangle with the dog ears removed, and I can choose to press it to the light or press it to the dark or press it. I never press to the light.
Right, no.
I don't know why I said that.
But see, when I pressed them open before we did that, you've got those dog ears everywhere again. Now when I take this, right, and I were to press it open, everything is in that square. It's really cool. It'll just take me about 30 minutes or so to get
To get it open?
pressed open. The folks at home are laughing because they know that I'm struggling. There's been 2 major challenges in my life. One was learning to press open in the last 30 days, and the other was whether or not to keep the neon custom shoes. They were supposed to be the green of the shirt, but they came in a little bit brighter green than I expected. But folks seem to be liking them at home, and I did want to bring those up because I promised Carl I would wear the hot dog socks today. So I've got the hot dog socks on, the bright green shoes. That is a perfectly precise patchwork piece there with your slotted trimmer and everything. And
Hey, Rob.
impressive. Comments? We got some comments?
Yeah, we got some
Anita
comments.
is just dying. Is your microphone on this time?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Should be on and ready to go. Okay, so we have a couple of questions. Let me scroll through here. We have questions about, mainly about the size that we're supposed to be trimming to, and they just, I think on the cutting instructions, or on the pattern instructions, it's not specific about what size we're trimming to.
Right.
And people are worried about that, so can we let them know what size we're trying to make here?
Absolutely. So when we get into these units here, the question was, what size are we supposed to be at? The finished unit, or the raw unit, is a 2.5 inch by 2.5 inch square.
Yep.
The instructions don't talk about trimming because by using this method, excuse my reach,
Yep.
where we have gone and drawn and done all of the stitching, you could even see within Tiffany's trimming, there was very little to trim.
Right.
That might be what's causing the concern. As a matter of fact, I had a few of these that when I went to trim them, they looked really shy. So I trimmed the big ones down. The small ones can't be trimmed up.
No.
Right? But what I can tell you is you're only going to be off by a thread or two. Later on, when we go to put these together in certain ways, we'll be able to just fudge a little, split the difference, because we're not off by a 1/4 inch.
No.
If anyone has a 2-inch square, you probably didn't make these the right size.
Correct.
Okay? But if your concern is that you were supposed to have a 2.5 and you have like a 2 and 13 16ths or whatever, you know, or, no, it would be
No, it didn't.
13/30ths or something, you're just shy. You're just shy. It's okay. No big deal. Trim your big ones down though so that the big ones aren't way bigger than the small ones.
Correct.
Another question for us?
So next question. People are really wanting to try to just take it easy and keep up with you guys today. So how many of these units do they absolutely have to be able to keep up with you guys?
Okay, I'm glad you asked that. And of these, the minimum requirement would be, the minimum requirement is to make 2 of these squares cut down into 16.
Is this the 4 and 5? Or the 4 and 6?
Sorry, we're working with the 4 and
5 is what we started
yeah,
with.
whatever fabrics you have on the table. Don't confuse me. I'm doing math in my head in front of 40,000 people.
Ooh, we increased people.
I did. I just because I want those 40,000 subscribers, right?
Right.
So the minimum. The problem was, folks, I gave you the bigger than minimum written down, and I said in order to do that, you're going to want 60 of these half square triangles, these ones here. So you need to make about 8 of your big 5 3/4 inch squares stitched together, cut down and trimmed to have a lot of units later. If you just want to have a couple of units later, you only need to do 2 of the sewing and the cutting to give you 16 of those.
And then that would make...
We haven't bounced into that next color yet.
No, we haven't.
No, we haven't.
It's the same technique.
Yes, but don't tell them that because it's a mystery.
It's on the paper.
Oh, sorry. That is, don't tell me that. I'm apparently clueless. It's on the paper, Rob. Okay.
On the paper, Rob.
Right, so yeah, instead of making 216, I've asked you to make 16 minimum, somewhere around 80, because that's only 10 of those.
Your math is all over in
But
my
it's
mind.
true.
Yes.
It is true.
Make a few.
Make a bunch. And then
Make
we'll,
as many as you can make, but don't stress about it.
that's right. And then so,
Just keep them labeled.
wait, I've got a peek. You are right. After lunch is construction stuff. We're going to teach them how to put this stuff together after lunch?
Yeah.
Whoa.
We only have today.
We only have today. That's right. But we probably won't all finish today.
Oh, we're not going to
No, but we're going to get you all the information you need today. So yes, you will actually use the same technique. So let's give a little bit more education. Unless we have a question or two we should also answer before I move on, Anita. Okay.
Well, Anita looks. Let me try to.
She's going to tidy.
I'm going to tidy. Let me try
And
to.
I'm going to thank you all for putting your comments and your questions out there. We really enjoy trying to keep up with you all.
Yeah. So the one that we demoed so far was the square 4 and 5, which yielded unit 3. Okay, if you're looking at your paper. The next thing you want to do is combine squares 4, which is still the pale color, the very background color, 4 and 6, and that, when you do all that cutting and trimming, will yield unit 4. So this one makes unit 3s, and this one makes unit 4s. And these are my colors. Everybody's colors are different, so just make sure you watch the numbers for the squares and the units, and to make what you can in units 3 and 4. Don't make yourself crazy. Just get a little stack and just make sure you label them, the ones that are unit 3 and unit 4. So at this point, we should have units 2s and 3s and 4s being assembled.
And the minimum requirements, I just checked my notes, are the same. 16 of the unit 4s, and I'm going to say this in quilter's English, if I may. Your dark and light together. Okay, that's unit 4, your dark and your light. You'll want to make 16 of those minimum as well. 10 full squares cut up will give you 80. That would be awesome before lunch.
Those are the speedy ones.
These are the speedy ones.
Speedy quilters.
And the first ones we handled were our medium with our light. So the common denominator is you have your light, you have your dark, and you have one of your medium fabrics that you're working with.
Yep.
Construction is the same, drawing is the same, cutting is the same, trimming is the same. So
Pressing, whatever. You decide to press, your pressing can be the same.
and just as another reminder, I did construct from here on out without doing much trimming at all on these units. Only the big ones that were really big for whatever reason. And the whatever reason was my ruler slipped. Right? Because, and what happens is that you get a small one and a big one, and I panicked, and that's how I have this information for everybody. Because then I focused on those, I stitched them together, I confirmed that I was still warm sleeping under those two squares together.
You
Went out in the woods.
You hung it.
Hung it on the design wall.
Took a step back.
Yeah.
You went, it looks great.
It'll quilt out.
It'll quilt out. You can say that because you quilt your own.
That's
the
right.
machine quilters are out there going, oh, Rob.
Don't you dare say that. Don't you dare say that. Oh, you know what's going to happen in about 5 minutes or so?
I'm going to guess prizes.
Yeah, I'm
And
thinking
then
prizes.
Prizes and lunch.
Yeah, did you hear
Yeah,
that?
I heard lunch.
I was going to say the peanut gallery over there, but they could hear me. So the sewers in the room,
Yes.
yeah, they were yelling for lunch already.
Yeah, they're not as concerned about the prizes.
You know who that was, too? That was Anna, who's already come over and got one bowl. She wants seconds. I'm sure of it.
Sure of it. All right, so we take a couple minutes and
Yeah,
come back
take a few minutes, let everybody settle in. Make sure if you have any questions at all on our part 3 on this portion of the project, let us know. Anita will be over here in a few moments to give out the next big prize. So probably make sure you get a comment in the next 2 to 3 minutes, because the random comment generator is going to be pushed in a second. I'm feeling the need for another shot of coffee, so I'm going to wander off. Can I bring you anything? Make you stand here and entertain these folks for...
Oh, all by myself.
Yeah. No, okay. And I did mention earlier 40,000 folks at home, right? Because I was doing math. But yeah, 15,000 folks are signed up.
Right.
We had a couple thousand on each feed following along. Pretty exciting.
Yes.
If you've just stumbled onto this video somehow, welcome.
Right.
We're at Stitch in Heaven in Quitman, Texas. We're doing a live quilt along, sew along. Tiffany Hayes, Rob Appell, Anita Williams is joining us from the tech station. And we have a bunch of folks sewing with us in our beautiful retreat center here in Quitman. We're making a mystery quilt sew along. The information will be available later. You can get the free pattern. Follow the links on Craftsy, on Facebook, on YouTube. If you want to do us an extra solid bonus, you heard me, or if you hadn't heard me, request, go ahead and subscribe to our YouTube channel. I would love to get over 40,000 subscribers by the end of today. So that's where that 40,000 number was in my head. I turned 50 just about a week ago. And so I'd like to see us get to 50,000 subscribers. I mean, you got to dream big,
You gotta
right?
dream.
We are quilters.
Absolutely.
So we're really excited you're joining us along. We're going to do a prize. And then after that, we're going to have a little bit of a break for some
lunch.
soup and lunch. We're going to recharge ourselves. We're going to reset. We're going to make sure we wander around and crack the whip on our sewing team, make sure that they're getting all of their squares. I'm just going to wander around with my soup, eating nice, and it's going to be great. It's going to be great. So, any other questions or comments we should be answering for y'all? All y'all?
All y'all. You got your good Texan going.
You like that, don't you?
I'm trying. I just
You know
got
what's
here.
happening is it's coming out in California now, and people are looking at me like, what the heck's your problem, dude?
Yeah. hard to
You see,
turn
I
it
can
on
call
and
California
off.
back
Yeah,
in there
before.
too at the end, dude.
Yeah. So I recently just moved to Texas from California, so I can leave my y'all on all the time.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So if I go back home, this is
Right.
where I'm.
And what does Deb keep telling us? Don't you California up my Texas, y'all.
Don't you dare, y'all.
Y'all.
No, don't plan to do that.
That's right. It is so pretty here, though. I mean, it's incredible. We're about 2 hours east of Dallas. I fly in. I have a direct flight, and nice little drive. It always is real. And I drive to the airport early in the morning, and it's real pretty out.
The trees are gorgeous.
Yeah.
I came from the desert.
I'm seeing seasons. That's the one thing. I have a different picture of the same tree from every time I come. It's
Oh, do you?
Yeah, because I come out about every 4 to 5 weeks. And so right now, because the pond just got finished. And the pond is just over outside the retreat center. There's a beautiful little patio and chairs and things. But yeah, so when I first came out during the summer, and the trees were full, and then the fall, and now the winter, and like this morning I got up and there's no leaves on the trees, and it was foggy and misty, and there was a raven up there cawing and stuff, and so, all the good stuff. How's that soup looking?
It's looking great. I had to turn my mic on.
I got you. I love it.
Okay.
Okay, we're almost to the prizes?
Yes,
Okay, let me
so,
go over and I'll be your cameraman.
okay, you gonna be my cameraman again? Okay. Dee can switch our camera for us over there. Okay, guys, so I have another winner, okay? And I have to get out my notes for this because I'm not sure how you pronounce this last name. Somebody said in the back. Okay, guys. So our next winner is Gwendolyn K. Jandreau. Is that right? The last name is Jandreau. Yeah. So Gwendolyn, you just won our next prize bundle. I need for you to email info@stitchinheaven.com so that you can collect your prize, okay? That's our customer service email, and they will collect your address for you so that we can get your prize to you.
Yay!
Yay!
I love it. Look at those. Oh, and there's still prizes left on the table, too. I'm loving it. Hey, I want to go see what Tori's working on. I'm gonna go spy on Tori. Oh, Dee, can you give me the side cam? Oh, were you gonna?
Yeah, I have the main cam right now because I was going to tell them one other thing. All eyes on Anita. No thanks. Okay, so our lasagna soup is almost ready, and we are fixing to break for lunch. I think Rob is going to take you guys around and see what everybody's doing. But first, I wanted to address a couple of comments. Are there any comments there? Okay, so just to let you guys know, when we break for lunch, you won't be able to see or hear us because nobody likes to listen to other people eat. So we're going to have a screen up here, and we will see you right back here at this very same link. Okay, the link is not going to change. We're just kind of put everything on pause so that we can eat our lunch, and then we'll be back with you, and we will make sure the next step is upload it into Dropbox so you guys can get that before you come back. Okay? Okay, we're going to switch over to Rob now.
And here we have Tori at the pressing station. Look at her go there. Oh, somebody set an alarm. That means time to get back to work. Oh, it's Tori's alarm too. Oh, sorry, Tori. That's great. Look at that. Oh, that's the Laura Star too, huh? It's working good. Are you, obviously using the steam?
Yes, sir.
Look at that. Knocking those out, girl.
Really cool.
How fun.
And this pattern's really easy and fun to work.
So far, huh? Yeah. It actually, I know, it doesn't get any more, it actually gets easier from here on out. I think that these units, for me, were the most difficult. The little small pieces. I heard folks being concerned about sewing the triangles together, and it's interesting because those technically could have been made a different way as well, but there's so many different ways to give those instructions, and it was easier to get them all cut, give folks a little bit of pre-time. But yeah, there was concerns about those little triangles. So let's see, we have any other good triangles going on over here? Oh yeah, look at these. Look at these triangles, looking good. All right, fun fabric combos too. Here, where are you at? Oh, wait.
Yay!
Oh yeah, that's the New Year's confetti right there. Here, do it again. That was cool.
That was cool. Yay!
This is great.
All the trimming is
Right. And Shelby works with us. She helps us. Actually, she helps all of you find new sewing machines to take home, which is a really important job. But it's fun to see them sewing and not necessarily in their working status. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, everybody's just enjoying themselves here. This is great. And you're going patriotic, Anna, huh?
Yeah, look, see?
Oh, yeah, let's see. Oh, look at you.
It's going to be
You've got a little bit of Tiffany Hayes in you. Look at how organized that is.
It's going to be a donation to Quilts of Valor.
Oh, wonderful. That's right. We have a big Quilts of Valor. Andrew Lee, combat quilter, he just texted us. microphone, folks. I apologize. Tiffany's giving the name. She's going to eat. That was recorded. That was the I'm going to eat symbol. Okay. I think they heard because Andrew just texted and said hugs. So at any rate, I was doing a walkabout. I apologize. My microphone kicked out. Maybe I do need to have my lasagna soup break as well. We did a quick shout out over here from the ladies that are staying at the bunkhouse.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody. Luann, Joyce, Martha, Lucy, Clara Jo, and us too.
That's
and
right.
they're having a great time. If you ever want to have a wonderful time, East Texas, Stitch in Heaven, they have a bunkhouse out in the middle of nowhere.
Great advice. Great advice. And we also have these wonderful little quilting cottages that are out that door over there. And you can come and stay 4 people at a time in the quilting cottage. Tiffany's getting her soup. I'm getting my soup. Okay, Anita, is it okay for me to start getting ready to sign off? Letting everybody know that we will be back at 12:30. Okay, so it's soup time, folks. I'm going in for soup. And we will see all of you at 12:30. Thanks again for joining along. Get some water, get some food, take a quick stretch break, and we'll be back at it.
All right. I think we're back.
I think I'm full.
I'm very full, but I feel better. I needed some soup.
Yeah.
Yep. We hope you all had some soup or had whatever you had needed for lunch, get some nutrition, and got a stretch and walked around. We did. It was good. It was a good little stretch.
It seemed like that half hour went quicker than the other half hours, though. Like, I could have used another bit, but I'm really excited to kind of get back after this.
Yes. We want to make sure that you understand that you need to go your own pace. Don't be overwhelmed. I cannot create a quilt this size in 5 hours. You were not expected to. Nobody is expected to. But we only had a 5 hour, we didn't want to do this over 3 or 4 days, right?
Well,
I mean,
it is New Year's Eve, isn't it?
It's New Year's Eve. Are you going out tonight?
No, I'm going to the Purple Cottage. I'm going to skateboard around the Purple Cottage for 2 minutes and call it a night.
Awesome. Awesome. But you can rewatch this later. You can do the steps that we've shown you so far, and then you can set them aside. It's not a sprint. This is the marathon, and we just need to show you things and present pieces and parts of the pattern so that you have it all at the end of the day. But that doesn't mean you have a full quilt at the end of the day. Right. So wherever you are, whatever step you're on, just enjoy the process. We hope we're entertaining you. We hope we're giving you tips and techniques, and as well as the pattern. Our sewers here are not going to be finished with a quilt today. Nobody is going to be finished with a quilt today. My husband is back there quilting, piecing for the first time, and he is like, I have like 4 pieces together. I'm like, you're fine. Yeah. You're fine.
Well, and it's interesting for me because if you're brand new to the Rob Appell quilting story, welcome. But I started as an applique artist, and a lot of those were like scenic projects, and they could really be done fairly simply in a day or 2, you know, because they were very remedial, very basic.
Okay.
But with these patchwork projects, and I'm even looking at your beautiful quilts, you know, that we're using as echo barriers and stuff, there are so many fun phases to making these quilts within the fabric choices, the pressing, the piecing, the trimming, all of these kinds of things. You know, folks, I believe you're all here with us today because you love making quilts. So this is just another quilt to be made. We don't expect you to finish all in one day. If you're just starting to tune in now, I did mention a little bit earlier, but this video is being recorded. So we will have it available as soon as it finishes processing. So as soon as the technology does what it needs to do, it will be available to rewatch. I also learned something on my lunch break that I didn't even know, but if you're feeling like you want to stay focused on one step, you can pause the live video and unpause it and pick up if you would like to, but we really just want you trying a little bit of each step as you go along. I have also created a recorded version of the tutorial, which will be a much shorter form, so you can come back to it at your own pace whenever you would like. And those will both be available as soon as the technology allows. So please, if you're feeling at all overwhelmed, don't forget to eat some lunch, get some water, and go on. Anita is trying to get my attention for some reason.
Okay, so y'all know I'm trying my best to monitor comments over here, and I have to shout out to who is going to be my new friend, Tracy Painter, in the comments on Facebook. And let's see, let's read her first comment. She started laughing and said, "Who picked this pattern with a gazillion tiny pieces?" I just want you to know that that is totally Tiffany Hayes' fault. We're blaming her.
Anita.
No,
it's not Tiffany's fault.
It is not my pattern, not my fault.
Right.
Okay.
That was funny though.
And then
It's Deb's fault. It really is. Isn't this her pattern?
Yeah, we'll blame Deb.
Let's blame Deb. She's sparkled off to somewhere else, so we can blame her without her yelling at us right now.
She's watching.
She's typing like mad right now.
And then I love this comment from Linda Howarth. It says, "Quilting is a journey that we all travel at our own speed."
Absolutely.
That's beautiful.
Perfect.
I want a shirt made out of that, Linda Howard.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Would you say it again, Anita? Can you say it again, please?
Yes, let me read it again. Quilting is a journey that we all travel at our own speed.
Absolutely.
Yeah, amen. And for a lot of reasons and a lot of pleasure. And so what I was starting to say is as a recovering alcoholic, I was using alcohol to mask my stresses and my depressions and things, and now I use sewing and quilting, and when I get in a hurry, it takes away that healing benefit. So I really enjoy taking my time to prep out the parts and pieces for this project as well, and it took me a little bit.
Yep, and I have a different point of view. When I started quilting, I had 3 young children at home, and I was a stay-at-home mom, so Scott would be off at work, and the kids, I would get them all down for nap at the same time. Not sure how I did that. And that was my quilting time. And I started piecing, and I'm fast, and I was going through fabric really fast, and my budget was blown.
Oh, sure.
I ran out of funds to fund my hobby.
Right.
And so I moved into hand needle turn applique. Because talk about still use your hands, but slow the process down. So some of us don't need to go full speed all the time. Sometimes I need to go full speed, and sometimes I need to go hand stitching speed. And so really it is a journey for everybody. So we go fast here because we're on camera and we have things to share with you, but just slow, just slow a little. And with that being said, we probably need to give you the next step.
Right, and just remember, it's all recorded, so you can come back to it. Now, while you get ready to present the next step, you reminded me, though, I was teaching on a quilting cruise, and I know you love doing cruises.
Yes.
But I was on a quilting cruise, and John Flynn was there, and I gave a lecture the first night, as fast as I could go, with as many quilts as I could. And John Flynn is the second night lecture, and he walks in, kind of slow, and he says, well, unlike Mr. Appell, I wasn't in any sort of blanket emergency. So kind of at that moment called me out and reminded me to slow down and enjoy the process, enjoy the journey and stuff. So with that journey time, we should be on to part number 4, I believe.
Part 4.
And that's it, folks. You literally have constructed or have been in the process of constructing all of the parts necessary. So we are now going to start building some units. But do pay attention, because not all of your fabrics will be used yet, and orientation and color choices are going to be important at this point.
Exactly.
I almost said imperative, but it just didn't quite get there. I'm going to need another shot of coffee, but it's too hot to put in my shot glass right now.
Okay, I'm going to line up the pieces in rows. This is where you see on the second part of your instructions. So I took all of the little units and I laid them out just like it shows, and then I put them together 1 row at a time, okay?
Okay.
Now, when I start to assemble them, I want to show you how I pin my pieces together so I can get my points to look nice. And because I have pressed open, this sample is done pressed open, I think pinning is imperative at this point. There's that word again. You used it, I used it. Okay, so I'm going to take the top row and flip it over onto this next row. And because the seams are pressed open, I can see the points that I want to pay attention to. I don't want to sew too deep or too wide from these points, because then the design won't line up as nicely as we would like it to.
So you're looking at this mark right here.
Correct.
Right? You want your thread there because that's that 1/4 inch. Is that what you're saying? You're not looking at this point. You're looking at this green and white right there.
Exactly. Watch, I'm going to put my pin there.
Okay.
And I know these are the lighter versions, so they might not be as easy to see, but I'm going to put my pin through this side here. And then I know where the point tip is.
Oh, so you're only pinning 1 at a time. Wow, look at that. Okay.
Yep.
Certainly. We are on part 4. The link has been, the newest file has been dropped into your download link. Uh-oh. We got hours to go and I'm already getting tongue-tied. This could get ugly, Tiffany. So make sure you have your part 4. We'll give you a minute or 2 to go ahead and get those downloaded. Again, maybe you want to pause the video at this moment so you can catch up as well. Let's go ahead.
My only comment on pausing your video now is that if you want to win prizes, you need to be putting your name in. So you decide. If it's more important for you to pause and slow down and want to see us in your pace, that's great. If you want to win prizes, you might want to just go ahead and watch, but you can re-watch this. Rob said you can re-watch it after it does all of its techno things later. So
I don't want to mess up where you're at though, but
okay.
do you think we can show them the finished one?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So if you'll hand me the finished one, you're fine right there.
All right.
This is
ready?
what I want to show everybody. Okay. So I'm going to put it right down on top of Tiffany's.
Let me just move these down.
Okay. Because while we're waiting for some of you to get your patterns downloaded, I just want to point out that we have this really neat looking pinwheel that forms into the center. I found at first it was a little harder to see that with that seam allowance or that broken open portion in the diagram. So when I was looking at the base diagram, it helped me really clue into what I was doing. The fabrics we're using are the medium and the light combo. And then I think, are these called quarter square triangles?
If they would be if there were 4 pieces,
then it would
be
take
quarter
like 4.
squares. But so this is not actually.
Is there a name for this block unit?
You want to make one up?
This is the Rob and Tiffany block?
Okay.
No, that was rude. This is the Tiffany and Rob block. Yeah. This will be the Tiffany and Rob block.
Okay. Or the triangle rock. Now you
TRI, Tiffany, Rob, imperative block. We did it. It's the triangle. So at any rate, and I will walk everybody through how I built mine, because I built mine totally different than you built yours, because of this pinwheel concept. But I'm hoping that gave everybody enough time to
download,
get a little download going.
And if you didn't, just download it when you can. Just kind of watch along and get it downloaded when you're able to.
Mm-hmm. So earlier I said they needed a minimum of 4 of these.
Right.
This is why.
Yes.
So we needed a minimum of 4 of these, and I asked them to make a minimum of 16 of this, but there's technically only 12 being used. This is a 4x4 block. The other 4 were consumed here, so you have leftovers. Don't let that concern you at the moment either. I asked you to make 16 because you were getting 8 from each of the big squares. We have a question in the production room.
So Gwen has a good name for that block. I just thought I'd throw it out there before I lose her comment. Where's it at? She called it a broken pinwheel block.
A broken
pinwheel block. She didn't like the triangle block, Gwen?
I think broken pinwheel is awesome, though.
Broken pinwheel is pretty cool.
I think that explains
Gwen.
it very well.
We can call it the Gwen's broken triangle block. We're good to go. Okay.
We're all good to go?
Okay, so I'm going to let you take back over.
All right.
You were telling everybody how to get those amazingly accurately. Wait, look at these. Amazingly accurate points. That's awesome. I just love that. I won't show my example at the moment.
Okay. So I'm going to do it again real quick. I go through the point. Thank you. I go through the point on the back side of the one that is closest to me and through the front side of the piece behind, and I'm going right through the triangle points. And then I'm going to pin on either side of that intersection. Oh, that one's bent. Pin on either side of the intersection and pull this one out, okay? I also, oh, that's bent. I also like to pin at the beginning and the end of mine, because have you ever sewn a block and you get to the end and you're off a little bit? Mm-hmm. I'm a pinner now. Thank you, sir.
Here's another bent one. My
Another
goodness, whose pin cushion is this? I think Abby broke all these pins and gave them back to me. She's
really?
Like, she bent them. Like my kids like to close all my safety pins and put them away. It's no help.
That's no help. Okay, so this one, I could take any ruler and measure down a 1/4 inch. I have done this enough that I'm pretty sure that's 1/4 inch.
Drum roll.
Yeah. And then, I dropped it out though, and then go through the point on the back one. This just helps me make sure that I dropped it. Well, it helps me make sure that my points come out pretty. I like pretty points.
Okay.
You have needles or pins for me?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm gonna put you on the spot though.
Okay.
So do you really do this every time,
Yeah.
or do you just do this because people are watching you from home?
This part I really do every time.
Wow.
I really do pin when I have intersections. If I'm sewing strips together, there's no pinning necessary. But when I have points, I am pinning for my points, always. That's a huge needle. We have quite a collection of pins. All right, then I can pull this one
I
out.
thought you were purposely pulling the yellow ball head pins
don't-
out of
I
there.
wasn't.
You kept throwing everything back. Yeah, you were.
Okay. So I have it all pinned. I would go over and sew my 1/4 inch, and as I'm going, I know where my points are from this side, and I have to trust my point on the other side because I can't see both, but I'm pretty good. And when I'm going slow enough. I know I'm a speed quilter, but sometimes you got to slow down. I'm slowing slow enough that I'm making sure none of these are flipping. The way I've pinned them, they shouldn't flip, but I'm trying to make sure that they haven't flipped as I sew.
Cool.
All right, so I do that for the top 2 rows and the same with the bottom 2 rows, and then I combine them and we get this pretty pinwheel block.
Nice.
So just watch your placement, refer to your instructions, make sure your rotation is good on all of your pieces, and then if you want to just flop them together and sew and not worry about your points, you do you.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to flip it over and look
I
at the
didn't want
back?
to embarrass you, but yeah, look at that. She's also pressed open. Now, does it get any more challenging to press open as you have, are there tricks that people that have just started to try pressing open?
So at this point, if you're pressing these long seams open, I don't iron. You know, ironing is doing this.
Right.
We press. So as I go through, is it hot?
Yeah.
I don't need it hot.
Oh, okay.
As I go through, I open this and I do a little bit here, and then I lift and move, lift and move, lift and move.
Right.
Because if you start pushing, you're gonna catch the nose of your
Sure.
iron under these, and you're gonna have them.
I think that's maybe what I've been doing wrong still.
They're gonna make you mad.
Yep, they're gonna make me mad. They
You
do
don't
make
wanna-
me mad. They
you
make
don't
me
wanna be mad.
Don't. This is quilting. We don't want to be mad.
Nope.
This
nope.
is awesome. Anything else you want to add before I give them alternate information?
Nope.
Okay.
Not unless I feel the need to butt in. So I do. Sorry.
I love it.
saw
That's why. Yeah.
My batik for my background piece was mostly this pale green color, but it had some color spots in there. And there's nothing, when you use a batik, it's kind of an organic feel. You don't really have a choice when that pops in there.
Right.
I could have probably remade this, and you know, what I want to say is I wasn't worried about it. You're not going to see that. It's not going to jump at you and scream at you when the whole quilt is together, because the coloring is still part of the pieces that are in there. So batiks are they're not perfect. They're organic.
Right.
They have different designs and they flow differently and colors pop up in different places, but I think that's what gives them some interest too.
You know what I'm going to do real quick though? I want to use an example, but I probably should steal some of the ones we made earlier if I can find them quickly,
Okay.
which I can, kinda. Okay, so when I built mine, I actually started in the center with the pinwheel.
Did you?
I did. And I'm just grabbing these. These were for early, this was our demo from earlier. So I'm just quickly throwing an iron on top of them so we can see what's happening. And what I found, because back to that, I really wanted to build everything at the same time process. I guess if I ironed that proper, that would help. And so I was doing the same thing over and over again, including the chain piecing at this portion of the block, because I just wanted to make sure I was having it right. So on my pinwheel, are we on the overhead camera? I had the dark pointing down. Okay, so I just got to make sure I get this correct as I go around. Am I right?
Yes.
Thank you. I always get so nervous. And it's the dark fabrics, or this was the darker of the medium fabrics that touch. Okay, so back to what I'm trying to talk about with patchwork. A lot of times I look for arrows or tents because I like to go camping. So I'm seeing this at the moment as an arrow. And on a pinwheel block, when you rotate that unit, they're still in the same orientation, they're both arrows. So like I did earlier when I had these two units going together, I learned that if I flip them all over, right, but I wasn't sewing from the arrow's tip, but from the arrow's base. So again, these were chain pieced for me in this fashion. So I literally, where did our beautiful block go? I literally built all of my pinwheel, or my broken pinwheel blocks, thanks Gwen, put all of those together first.
Sure.
Okay, and then that gave me the opportunity, I wasn't looking at the cornerstones, right? But then you see that is also that same arrow.
Yes.
And it's the same on all four sides. So then I married a bunch of those together. And then once those were together, then the next thing I noticed was this is the same fabrics touching.
Yes.
So once I had these, I built them kind of in rows where I had the wide center and the skinny upper and lower rows, if that makes more sense. And it was just so that I could handle everything at once.
Correct.
Which again, we would prefer you not to do that today so that you can go through, but I went through that technique in the recorded video.
Oh, good.
And so that's available for folks to see. Again, it may be helpful in other quilts, especially if you're making a quilt that uses the same fabrics in all the positions all the way through the quilts. We're going to switch fabrics around on you a little bit, so we want you to really be paying attention to what we're trying to teach you. But if it wasn't a mystery and you knew where you were going, you might find that building groups of 2s, then groups of 4s really comes together. But then I did do the thing, but I'd never seen the piecing on patchwork. I'd seen that with paper piecing, with the pins and all that, but I hadn't seen that with patchwork. And no wonder your stuff looks so good always.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
So the great thing about this is I did it this way because that's the way the instructions were done and that's the way I wanted you to see it. That's not necessarily how I would have put it together either.
Right.
Because there are faster ways for me to process like you did.
Right.
But I did it this way because I wanted everybody to see it. Honestly, what I probably would have done a quarter of them at a time.
Right.
Because this quarter
sure.
is the same all four.
Oh, absolutely. And what I started by doing, and I do this a lot, I'll take my rotary mat and I have it right next to my machine. So for the first couple of dozen blocks, I was building one at a time.
Okay.
Build it and 2 pieces, sew it, 2 pieces. And as I began putting those pieces together, that's when the pattern started to formulate. And then I was able to go, okay, and then I built the groups so I could do more groups on the table. But most of the time, I will be looking at one block and addressing it to the machine at a time. You know, and I like to build it next to me instead of on the design wall. You know, sometimes I'll transport it to the design wall or something like that because then I can just move going through.
So I guess what we really want you to know at this point is that you can follow the directions, but if your brain works in a different way and you want to construct things, as long as you get this block A unit together and 18 of them, you're good to go.
Yeah.
Your process here can change a little as long as you get this.
And I don't want to ruin the surprise for anybody at home following along in mystery format. But you really should not be touching any of your dark and light combination squares at the moment.
Not yet.
Nope, not yet. That's all I'm going to say. If you have any of your dark fabrics in any of these positions, let's
Reevaluate.
Reevaluate. Yeah. Now, I just looked at my watch thinking it was coffee time, but it might be time for, is it prizes again already?
Is it prizes?
Are you kidding me? Like we can't get rid of this stuff fast enough? Is that what's happened around here?
Looks like it. Hey, I had a couple of comments that I saw during the lunch break.
Oh yeah, what were they?
And I saw one person asked, maybe there was more, but I only got a glimpse of comments, asked where in California I was from.
Oh, okay.
So I came from Lancaster, California, which is out in the Mojave Desert. And I lived there for 37 years. And before that, I was mostly in the low desert. So I'm a desert girl for the most part. So this East Texas forest is gorgeous to me because it's not what I ever experienced. The funny thing is things start falling from the trees and I'm like, what tree is that? Because I mean, I know Joshua trees and tumbleweeds. Right. So, and you're from California, so tell them where you're from.
Okay, so I'm on the central coast of California. I live in a beautiful small little town called Morro Bay. And it's about 4 hours south of San Francisco, 4 hours north of Los Angeles. Small little town, right on the beach. It's great, get to surf.
Awesome.
When I'm not busy working.
Right.
Right.
Anita, do you have more comments? Is that the code I'm getting?
The code was she wants to give away prizes. What is she?
Yes,
what is
that
she
was the
have?
hand signal I was sending you. You
Yeah.
didn't,
That
you
was
didn't catch that one?
We don't have the big wooden
The
hook.
quotation marks, that's a
Right.
comment.
Right. Oh, got it. Okay, what do you got, Anita?
Okay, so Deanna Watson has a really good question, okay? She said when she put hers together, oh no, her comment disappeared. Where'd it go?
There's
I
so many
lost it.
comments.
There's so many comments.
Everyone's
you
trying to
guys.
win the prizes.
While you look for that, Anita, I'm going to say, because it's not written on here, that at this point, this block should measure 8.5 inches by 8.5 inches.
Because all of these units were 2.5-inch units.
So finished, they're 2. So 2, 4, 6, 8 plus an extra seam allowance gives you an 8.5 by 8.5. So if you want to jot that down on your,
Yeah, that's
part
good.
4 over here.
You did that quick too. I sometimes struggle when I'm trying to add up and subtract that 1/2 inch that goes missing.
Do you?
Yeah, so you just counted them across and then add a 1/2 inch?
Add a 1/2 inch, yeah.
That was smart.
I can do that pretty good. I have decided that when I dream of quilting in the middle of the night and I'm trying to construct something, I cannot do math in my sleep.
Interesting. So you just get the idea and.
Yeah.
Oh, are you ready, Anita? You ready? Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, we have so many comments come in at one time that I
Right.
lost her comment, but she was asking about, and we've had other comments too, but they're confused on which fabrics go where and exactly how to put it together because I think the instructions, they're having trouble deciphering the pictures on the instructions compared to the fabrics that they're using.
Okay.
So can we go over that a little bit?
Yes.
Okay.
So you need to, because we all have different fabrics, you really need to have labeled well. And if you go back to your unit 2 should have been this piece right here. There's a unit 2, and you're connecting those with unit 3 half square triangles. So can I get the piece of the part 3? I think that's what I need to.
I might have handed it to you right here, the squares. Is this part 3?
Yeah, I want to see I'm looking for the actual.
Oh, the actual map.
Yep. Just want to see if I can walk through. I'll take them both.
Okay.
Okay. So this was unit 2, and our instructions say we need 4 of this unit 2. That's this piece right here, the ones that rub, well, we probably got to get a little higher up. Okay. This piece right here is a unit 2. You need 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Okay? And then when we went to part 3, we made units 3 and units 4, but we're only using unit 3. It says it in our instructions. We need 12 of unit 3. So we are only combining units 2 and units 3 to make our block. Okay? 4 of unit 2, 12 of unit 3. Does that help? I hope.
Somebody commented also that using baggies to label which one is which helps. So you mentioned that?
Yes, absolutely. I had baggies all over the place. The reason we cleaned them up was it was getting crazy, and I was afraid my baggies were going to be reflective from the lights into the cameras, but that's how I did it. I have baggies. If you have stacks and you need a Post-it note or scratch of paper, whatever you do, you're going to want to keep your pieces labeled. And baggies are a great idea. Baggies worked well for me because I needed to travel here with my items. I also found that when I teach classes that I suggest you bring baggies so you can bundle things up and mark them before you take them home, because when you get home, you've driven home and you've lost all of the information of how you were putting something together. And so you need clues to get yourself back on track.
Okay, and I'm going to say similar stuff a little bit differently.
Okay.
This center pinwheel, as you were following along, use your medium and your dark medium with your light fabric. Okay, and then the half square triangles are your medium and your light fabric.
Perfect.
Okay, and you're going to need 4 pinwheel parts for the center, and then 12 of these units that go around. And I was showing a minute ago how they just kind of form that same little peak. And you saw me, I just grabbed these out of our stash, so we haven't even trimmed these. And I was going to utilize that one because I asked you all to make more than I had, right? So there is our unit like that. What I just said a moment ago was you should not be handling the, oops, where did my dark fabric that I was hiding go? Did you take it away from me? Oh, there, I hid it because I didn't want them to see it because I hid it. Okay.
Facebook is good, but there's a slight buzzing.
There is a buzzing.
Okay, well, I'm going to turn my mic off, and
No,
we
well-
can just share yours.
Okay. We're just on mine. Hang with us. We're trying. Testing. Am I back? Can you hear me?
Hello, hello.
Awesome.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do then is, want me to give Anita my mic real quick? I'm going to turn myself back on, see if the buzz comes back.
I'm going to go grab a prize while
Go
we,
get a
while we
prize.
wait. Sorry, guys. Give us just a second while we fix our microphones off screen. I'm going to go grab a prize.
Buzzing is gone. Great. Okay. Better. Thank you, everybody. Okay. I'm over in the tech station. Tiffany's there, man in the fort.
Doing my best.
Okay.
This is so much fun.
Great.
So much fun.
Okay, so what I'm going to
I'm not
do
gonna
then
mess
is,
Well,
Anita, will you go ahead and turn on your mic pack again, please?
It is on.
Okay, and it'll sync here in a second, and that might cause the buzz. Okay, so we've got Anita back on now. Check, check, 1, 2. All right, so Anita, you can try to talk.
Maybe I need to step away from you.
Okay.
Okay, you guys leave me a comment and let me know if the sound is okay. I'll try not to holler so loud. Y'all, I'm a naturally really loud person, so I'm sure that's not helping anything.
Well, you have 3 boys.
I do. I have 3 boys, and so I have to be loud.
Yeah,
Are we good now, tech team?
I think so.
Okay, so we have another prize to give away. But before we do, I just wanted to give a shout out to all of our friends at Craftsy and National Quilter Circle. Thank you guys for partnering with us for this. They have been amazing, okay? I mean, we love Craftsy. I love Craftsy, okay? I didn't know as much about National Quilting Circle.
I didn't either.
But Craftsy, I've been a long-time Craftsy member, you guys. I am going to ask our girls on our team that are dropping links in comments to please drop a link for our friends on both Facebook and our YouTube channel so that they can go sign up to a membership for Craftsy. You guys won't regret it. They have all kinds of videos and stuff to learn on there.
Yes.
I don't know about y'all. I'm a very visual person. I love watching videos to learn because I can pause it. Pausing a video has got to be the best thing since sliced bread because it's one of the reasons I can't take a sit-down class. It's because I can't pause the teacher, you know, but I can pause a video. So I love videos. So if you guys do too, please go check out Craftsy, sign up for a membership with them. Yeah, it's totally worth it. Better than a magazine subscription, I think, you know, and about the same
And
price.
so much. And they don't just do quilting.
No, they don't just do quilting, okay? I
Cooking
mean,
and-
I think that's why it's called Craftsy.
Exactly.
You know?
Knitting and crocheting.
Yeah, knitting,
and
crochet, garment sewing, just
art,
really, yeah.
like watercolor.
Yeah.
So many things.
Anything you can think of. Yeah, so on to our prize. Now I have to look at I wrote your name down, whoever the prize winner was. Okay, the prize winner, I think, is from YouTube. Is that right, tech team? Okay, and the name is Ann Fitzgerald. Ann Fitzgerald, you are our winner.
Yay!
So, everybody's celebrating for Ann. Okay, so Ann, what I need you to do now is email my friends at sorry, I got tongue-tied.
Info.
It's
Too much
happening.
coffee. info@stitchandheaven.com, and let them know what your shipping address is so that we can get your prize to you. Okay, thank you guys for watching today, and don't forget to go check out Craftsy, okay? I'm taking this over here.
That's quite a prize.
That's a huge prize.
I love it. Congratulations.
Nice.
Hi, Rob. Where you been?
Looking at, okay, so I went over to fix the microphones because I do a lot of the AV stuff around here. Don't know what happened, but we fixed it. And that's been the blessing, really. We've had knock on a little wood, but we've had very few technology challenges. But when I went over there, the comments were coming in so fast, I couldn't even read them. There are so many people joining us right now. There are so many
fun.
people in this community participating and sharing along with it. I'm a little overwhelmed, actually. It's just, wow. So thank you again for being here with us and commenting and following along and participating. It's just like, it's incredible. You literally, Tiffany, you cannot keep up. The comments are just going lightning speed over there.
I tried to peek during lunch.
Wow.
And they were just, and
is
I think
really
they
impressive.
probably slowed a little bit at lunch compared to what you just saw, but they were still coming in.
Incredible.
Yep.
Incredible. Now, in about 15 minutes, we're supposed to start in on the block 5.
Oh, this is block A.
Oh, right, part 5. I'm
Part
sorry,
five.
I said block 5, part.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so if you haven't all done the other 4 blocks, you're waiting.
Just breathe.
Sorry.
Just breathe.
Part 5, which will be a different construction of a different something.
I just had a thought.
What's that?
Make sure you check your bobbin. You don't want to be air sewing.
No air sewing.
No, there's no need to perf the fabric ahead of time.
Great time. And you know what? I actually saw, being that you mentioned the bobbin, somebody was watching our test recording yesterday and said they had a comment about, or a question about titanium needles.
Oh.
So if you're here today and you want to ask us that question about your titanium needles, I'll do my best to answer it. I've taken Rhonda Pierce's class from Schmetz Needle twice in the last 6 months, and I'll do my best to answer it for you if I can. I didn't want you to, the comment said, oh, I got here just a little late. I wanted a question about titanium needles. So if you're here, please ask your question about titanium needles. You might be asking if I think they're a good source, or what is the deal with titanium needles.
Why don't you just tell us some
Should
of
I
that?
just, okay, so if I want to make sure I say
wanna
it
know.
right. So for a while, Schmetz brand needles was doing a needle coating that was a non-slip coating.
Okay.
I can't say the T word because that's a branded, trademarked word, but it's the same stuff you cook on that is non-slip.
Okay.
But what they found was that was such a great coating for all of the needles that they stopped calling them non-slip or non-stick needles, and they basically put that coating on everything.
Oh.
Now that coating is different than titanium because titanium is a different alloy, meaning blend of metals, if I get my stuff correct. The reason some folks are concerned about titanium needles is they really don't break. So like I had one once in an embroidery machine, and it came down and it hit, and it didn't break, it bent and came up, and it just ruined the embroidery. So I've heard some concerns about, can they be hard on the machines? Can they be bad for that kind of stuff? The original thought process is they're a longer lasting, stronger needle. So maybe if you're sewing dense stuff like your batiks, denim, those kinds of things. But I'm not so sure. You don't see a lot of different flavors in titanium anymore, so I'm not sure I'm answering the right question. It was originally a strength and a coating idea to keep the needles from heating up and all of that. But I can say that at least with Schmetz, if it was the slickeriness of the needle you were after, with Schmetz, all of those needles in the last, I think 18 months are all of that non-slick coating, that
Very
non-stick
cool.
coating.
Very
They're pretty cool. Yeah, I thought it was really neat.
Okay, so I want to back up a bit. I did see a comment at lunch, and I just thought about it. It just popped in. And somebody commented and said that they were having problems with their triangles, feeding their triangles in. And I know there's lots of techniques where we don't sew triangles, but since we're sewing triangles today, I want to address that. And I know that was a while ago, but let's just talk about it. On many machines, not all of them, but on many machines, either comes with a straight stitch plate, or you can purchase a straight stitch plate for your machine. And what a straight stitch plate is just one circle. So if you don't have one on, your plate kind of has a little bit of a moon shape so that it can so that your needle can move around when you're doing a zigzag or a decorative stitch. But if you just want to sew straight seams, a straight stitch plate is wonderful, and what it does is it removes the area of which the triangles have the ability to take that nosedive into your machine. So I think starting with leaders and enders, and those are just scrap pieces that you start sewing on, and using a straight stitch plate makes a big difference in having those triangles be able to take a nosedive into your machine.
Yeah.
Anything else? Do you have other clues
No,
on that?
I love that. Now, earlier I talked about trying to feed
Yes.
the square end instead of the tip end in, and I have the foot now in my hand. Ouch, and I just pierced myself too. But that was the only other tip I had to offer.
Okay,
I wanted to show folks that hole right there was the needle
Yes,
hole.
that helps with that. But when you're sewing these units together, you don't have the option. You are sewing triangles. And so we need to, just share with you our experience with trying to help the triangles feed through nicer without any issues.
Okay, let me see if I can get this thing back on real quick here. Oh, that's so easy.
So easy.
Perfect. All right, well, let's go ahead and do a walkabout, Cam. Did we get all of our comments and stuff answered? Are we ready for a walkabout, Cam? Okay. And I am going to be silly, but make sure my microphone doesn't die again, and I can see at this point. As we go on walkabout, let's go see how the rest of our quilters are doing while you all work on your parts and pieces on that block. So how are we doing over here, table one? Everybody's looking good? How was the soup? Right? Awesome. They said the soup was good in case you can't hear them in the microphones as well. Rosa. Hey, now look it. This doesn't look at all like today's project. But that's okay, because Rosa asked my blessing. She said, can I just do whatever I want? And I said, this is quilting, Rosa, of course.
I am making a baby quilt for my niece. She's having a little girl in February.
Can she see this? Because it's live right
Yeah.
now. Okay, good. Because if not, you're surprised it's just been completely blown.
Well, she's probably not watching, but...
Wait a second. I want to talk about that. I love the turtle fabric. Okay, sorry to put you on the spot there, but yeah, it's great. Remember, this is all about all of us sewing together. And guess what? We also did a prize at lunchtime for our sew-in folks. Kim, did you win a prize?
I did.
That's awesome.
I won a lovely.
Whoa! A trash can full of, oh wait, no.
More fabric.
Wow.
Sorry, John. More fabric.
She's not sorry, John. She's not sorry at all. Okay, how's this side of the room doing? Well, that's a neat idea. You have a flannel, it's a batting on the back of a board and stuff for building. Look at that.
But I've got this block and then that block over
Okay, but we got we got an error here.
These two go right here.
Yes, but
But then these
on it, I want you to make those two red ones look like these two red ones. See how they're a tent, and right now your tent is white?
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry to point you out there live to
No, thank you.
15,000 closest friends, but better stop you now than later in case anyone else is doing this too. This is what you're after right here, okay? You want your medium fabrics to touch to make the point. Your light fabrics are on the outside. Unfortunately, she accidentally grabbed the seam, but that's okay because a little seam ripper practice is good. You know, Anna, when it's a really big surf day and we have to paddle through all that heavy surf, we just think to ourselves, okay, we're just getting ready for catching a really good wave. So there you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Let's see how it's going over here. Check everybody's work now. Got it, well, that's right. Looking good, looking good. Yeah. Oh, and I've got another thing I'd like to point out with your block that might help folks at home. Okay, so you see how you have your dark medium and your medium. Your dark mediums touch the center for your pinwheel. And see how this fabric is the same as this fabric? Everybody at home, I want these fabrics to touch also. So you need to build your pinwheel differently so that your darks touch. One more rotation. There you go. Feeling better over there, Anna? There you go.
Is that right?
Yep. One at a time. Oh no, you moved them all. Keep going. Okay, one more, Terry. Amen. Okay, thank you. Okay, everybody at home, you see how she now has her darkest of these fabrics. It's not the dark fabric. This is the dark medium fabric here. And so the medium fabric goes out to touch the mediums that are the half square triangles. See how that works? So in this block, the darkest of the fabrics are in the center. Thanks for letting me put you on the spot there, Terry.
There is a comment in YouTube, and it says, "Oh, Kim, is that a turquoise-colored machine? Would you like to show up our?"
Oh, Kim, is that a turquoise-colored machine? It is. Oh.
It is the Case Edition Bernina, the B475.
I'm going to come down a little lower so I don't have the glare. It is. How's it running?
It runs fantastic.
Like a dream, huh?
This is my first usage of a Bernina machine. I'm in love with it.
Oh, really?
I really, really like it. It does come with a matching trolley bag. So,
Almost looked like it came with a matching cup too, but
no, that is
that's
my
your
cup.
personal cup. Yeah, I get it.
So yes, matching does cover a matching trolley bag.
So Bernina did two, I'm sorry, I interrupted you, Kim. Go ahead. I'm terrible about that.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say Bernina did 2 machines with Cafe this year. Is that right? Yes. So this is the baby Cafe, and then they have the big dog Cafe, which is is it a 700 series? So remember I said Shelby's in charge of sewing machines around here. So is it 770?
770.
And
it comes with the trolley bags as well. Why are you getting so close?
I'm getting close because I'm the microphone.
Okay. It comes with the trolley bag. If you get embroidery, it comes with a module bag. You're going to get a fat quarter bundle and then an embroidery box with stabilizers.
So basically it comes with like a build your own kit project. I like that right there. That's awesome. No, that is really pretty. Well, Kim knows because we all work together, but Dana, one of our marketing team members, treated herself to that machine during Expo, and she's been telling me how excited she was. Oh, I was going to check on you, Scott. How are you doing over here? He's good. He's peacing. Okay, so any of you at home were feeling like you were falling a little far behind, let's pick on Scott a little bit. No. I'm just teasing. Remember, this is his first quilt he's been making. He's doing a great job over here. But really, folks, we really don't expect anybody will get much further than a few blocks. We've given you what you need for the blocks. Rose has already bailed out. She's making baby quilts. I mean, it's all right. We're just sewing together. We're just having a wonderful time. Probably more chit-chat than quilting anyways, and having a blast. So I'm bringing us around here. I'm going to drop the camera on the prize table to confirm we still have more prizes. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to grab myself a quick glass of water, and we'll be back to bring you another block or unit or mystery step real soon, folks.
Am I muted? Oh, yep, there you go.
It's me. Am I back?
Yep,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hopefully they can hear you.
I'm gonna move your mic over there. All right, you guys, I want to, I hope everybody's back, everybody's listening. I want to talk about the sizes again. If you didn't catch it, because we've tried to say it a couple times, but I know you get busy sewing and maybe you're not catching it. Each little unit finishes at 2 inches, which means before you sew them together, they're 2.5 inches. And once we sew them all together and make the block then will be a finished, when it's all sewn together, 8 inches, but right now it should be 8.5 inches, okay? So I'm gonna give you a little sneak. We are making 2 blocks. We're gonna show you the second block in just a minute. We're making 2 blocks and they have the same number of pieces constructed, basic pieces constructed. So if your blocks are not exactly 8.5 inches, but they're all the same, all of this block A are the same size, and when you make block B, if those are the same size as your block A's, you're fine until you get to your borders, and then you will have to recalculate your borders for whatever size. That's why I don't cut my borders early. I can cut the length, but I don't cut them down until I know the size of the center of my quilt. So I just don't want you to panic. If your block is not coming out exactly like our block is coming out, as long as yours are all coming out the same size. If all of your block A's are coming out the same size, and the next block we show you, which is called block B, if those are the same size as all of your block A's, your construction will be okay.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And again, if you're just joining us, I mentioned earlier this morning, because Tiffany, I was counting on being a little bit more precision in her patchwork than myself. I've built my blocks without much trimming, and they're pretty dang sloppy, as a matter of fact. And yet I have a majority of the quilt top all put together. So it really does work. They're nowhere nearly as accurate as this, but they are certainly all put together for the quilt. And so we will talk about some of those adjustments as we get down the road if we need.
Right.
I'm under the impression you all should have the link now for this next step. Should we just dive right into it? You think they're ready?
I think so. So this will be part 5. If you need to go download and print part 5, you just go back to the same link where you got parts, all the other parts, and the new one has been added in. So you're good to go. We'll talk about it a little bit slow for a few minutes. And I'm not expecting you to be ready to assemble this block. If you are, that's great. If you're not, just watch along.
I'll grab you some decorations.
Oh, I need decorations?
Maybe.
Maybe.
We might not have even made any of those units for our decorations.
No, I don't think I did. You wore the decorations earlier.
I wore the decorations earlier, but those were, I can wear these decorations again. These are great.
Okay.
We have a YouTube comment right now at 6:30 a.m. here in Sydney, Australia on the 1st January 2023, and it has a story.
Oh no.
So we have her first name again? Lema has just commented that she is in Sydney, Australia at 6:30 a.m. on January 1st. And the rest, yeah.
Happy New Year!
The rest of her family is still asleep. The rest of her family is still asleep, so she can't even sew yet. So all she gets to do is watch.
Yeah,
all right.
I was going to grab Tiffany some decorations just to reiterate, moving into this step number 5. You are only utilizing that dark fabric.
That's right.
And your light fabric combos.
Okay, so we're ready. Let's do the
Let's
flip.
do it.
All right, this is block B. And it says right up at the top that you are using 16 of the unit 4. And that unit 4 was created with the dark fabric and the light fabric.
Yep.
So I did the same construction process that I did for the first block, block A. This is block B. So I sewed them into rows just like the pattern shows. And then I used my pinning technique, pinned them all so that I could get some nice points. I think they're pretty good.
They're looking pretty good. Before you move that though,
Yeah.
because I did mine different than you.
Okay.
after I understood the instructions, of course, to reiterate, I often build my block on my rotary mat right next to the machine so I can piece by piece. Even though you will still see this is a tent here or an arrow, and this is another arrow of the opposite color and all the way through. See what I just did there? Isn't that kind of cool? Okay.
Whole new quilt.
Right, a whole new quilt block. But in this particular one, I just went ahead and matched 2, like I was loading up Noah's Ark. 2, 2, 2, 2. And I chain pieced the whole set of them, but when I cut them off, I made sure I kept, when I chain piece, I met those 2 together. Then I kept those 2 units together. So I just knew I did press them, come back to the mat to make sure I had them correctly in the correct orientation. But I found that ended up being quite efficient because I could take all 16 of the units, technically chain piece them in half, then chain piece them together.
Yes.
And as long as I stayed like Noah.
2 by 2?
What was Noah's wife's name? Should I know that? I should know that. Did Noah have a wife's name? In the comments below, if you know Noah's wife's name. At any rate, I'm going to get myself in trouble.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to get myself in trouble.
Yeah, okay.
The joke at our house
right.
is his wife's name is Joan of Arc.
Oh, Joan of Arc. I love it.
But I don't think that's
I'm
her
glad
name.
I asked you. Hey, that's okay. I know that God has a sense of humor.
Yes.
Okay, so he created me, right? At any rate, so that's how I handled those. But maybe we should sew one together. Are you going to do the same, like ironing and pinning?
I would, yes.
Well, all right, let's do it. I want to see you sew it.
You
Folks,
want to see me sew it? All right.
Tiffany is desperately behind on the construction of her quilt. And if I keep letting her just show you and not sew for you, she's never going to get this thing done. So we've just got to make sure she goes over and puts a little thread through these parts and pieces.
All right, I'm going to move this up where you can see it.
Okay, she's going to
pin.
pin.
In case you missed it the previous time.
And it's easy,
actually, it's much easier to see with the dark fabric.
Cool,
so
cool.
I'm going to pin right through the tip of this triangle, and I'm going to come through the tip again of this triangle. And then I'm going to pin on either side of that intersection, on both sides. Bless you. You know, I have a sneeze brewing in here. I'm not sure when it's going to.
Because you know you're on camera.
I'm not sure when it's going to sneak out, but it's in there.
It's like Sabrina's nose. You can feel it wiggling.
Yeah, I told Scott a few minutes ago, I go, there's a sneeze. There's a sneeze coming.
Do they come in threes?
No.
Do the sneezes come in threes?
Not for me. Not for me. Once in a while I'll get 2, but I'm not a 3 sneeze. I have a friend. I have a friend. I do have.
I bet you have more than one.
Yeah, but my friend Dawn has the loudest sneezes.
Right.
And we're in a retreat, and
Right.
if we have not warned that Dawn's sneezes are loud, she will scare somebody. I can't imagine what it's like in an airplane with her when she sneezes. I'm sorry, Dawn.
As long as you don't say her last name in front of 15,000 people, it's probably okay.
Right. I do know that there is a group of quilters. I got a text message with a picture from them that are very supportive of my patterns and my stuff. And so I know I think there's a group of 8 of them sewing. So I'm very excited that they shared with me.
I saw on the Craftsy feed Facebook group that one of the folks wrote in how much they loved your patterns.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm surprised you didn't see that. Yeah.
I've tried to see it all. There's so much to see. So much to see.
So active. I really love this group. It's very active.
Very active. And it was over the holidays, and we were traveling, and just trying to keep up with everybody was a little more than I couldn't see it all. Okay, I'm gonna sew. Can we go to the camera view on the sewing machine? Okay.
You can also just press the gas on that machine too.
Okay. You get the other half of
this. All right, let's do it.
Okay, I'm gonna sew. Don't start yet.
Okay.
I'm gonna sew mine.
Tiffany's gonna sew hers.
Where? I need the pin cushion, please.
Oh.
As I get close, I just want to make sure that I'm going through the point.
But not through the pin.
Not through.
We're not going to sew over the pins.
No. Pull your pins before you get there. Just before you get there.
Quilters at home, if you've been trying to get yourself a new sewing machine. This is one of the best ways to convince the other folks that live in your house that you need a new sewing machine. Run over a few pins and then let them listen to that machine for a while.
That will knock your timing out.
Oh yeah.
If you hit a pin directly,
oh my gosh.
Ask me how I know. If you hit a pin directly and you bust it and it flies towards your eyes.
Oh right. They should wear safety glasses.
Yep. All right, I've got mine.
Okay, look, here's the pin that somebody sewed through last. Right.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's
go to do my sparkle part.
Let's go ahead and go to the main camera for a second, or maybe even the overhead. So when I do patchwork like this, I don't. People know I own 2 straight pins, and I usually use them to hold the blocks on the wall. So I just try to match up the parts and the pieces. I'm going to use Tiffany's scraps. I'm going to make sure, meaning I've got Tiffany's parts. I'm going to make sure that I've lined them up. I'm going to come on over here, and I pinch. I use my fingers to pinch a lot.
People are using the clips.
The clips are great. So I am going ahead and I'm going to go and be only concerned about the front corner. And then as soon as I have my stitches set, then I start to concern myself about just this next seam allowance. Pushing down on the press seams, and as soon as I'm there, then again, I might come down here and adjust and see if I need to do anything. Maybe I need to encourage one over to the other a little bit more.
Encourage.
And tug on it a bit. Keeping my finger right where it's been encouraged. Still looking though, because that should be about our 1/4 inch right there, right?
Yep.
Okay. So then coming back down here, I'm going to line up this last set of seams. But the truth of the matter is, folks, is these pieces were already pretty precision created. So if I can't get this decent, I shouldn't be allowed to operate a sewing machine. It's my blocks that were so sloppy to begin with that I will show all of you in a minute. Because after we finish these squares, we get to go to my printed pattern because that's where I take over. Okay, let's see. First one out of the machine was you, right? So that should have been you. How'd we do?
I think we're going to have done just fine.
We did pretty good.
Ta-da!
Ta-da!
And then...
Right, but again, it wasn't my sewing, it was Tiffany's prep work that made it, right? Because the squares were all down to that 2.5 raw size, all the half square triangles. And folks, I hope you weren't disappointed, but we gave you the more challenging block to construct first.
Yes.
We have figured at this point you might be getting a little bit tired. We wanted you to be able to slow down and focus. So as a reminder, you have 16 half square triangles. They're all from the same fabric families. You have your dark fabric and your light fabric combo. You're basically making a diamond in a diamond. Okay, it's a very simple block. It will also finish at 8.5 raw at this point.
But we need 17 of these.
Total?
Yes, total blocks, 17.
But I would love it if we could have you make at least 2, if not as many as 5. So earlier when I asked you to make 80 of these, right, of the half square triangles, I meant, that would get us together. That was 10 squares, and then that'll come together to help you get 5 of these, because when we come back together for the next steps, we're actually going to show everybody at home what happens with the blocks.
Yes.
So if you would like to spend a little bit of time, we're going to do another prize in about 15 minutes.
Yep.
Okay, we'll do it at the top of the hour. And I'm just going to go ahead and we'll make sure the microphones stay open so you don't think that the things have stalled out or frozen or anything like that. I'm going to take myself a little bit of a break so we can get ramped up, pour another cup of coffee, wander around and visit with everybody. I'll bring you around as I go around the room a little bit. But why don't we all just take a good 10 minutes or so, treat ourselves to some sewing, get some of our blocks constructed. Let's try to get at least 2 of each block A and block B made, so that we can start discussing what goes together. What do you think? You think that seems a decent?
Yeah, and if that's too much for you, don't worry about it. Just watch.
Right.
You know, if you're feeling that that's too much, don't. But if you're close to having 2 A blocks and 2 B blocks, that's a good goal to try to get to.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll let you all enjoy a little bit of your sewing for a few minutes, and I'm going to get that coffee poured, and then I'll take you on another walkabout. Oh, and let's do this for them, Tiffany.
Put the 2
can we
blocks
go to the overhead camera team? And I'm just going to put that other block. Where did I hide that other block? I moved it. There it is. Yeah, let's do this so they can just see the blocks.
I'm gonna do them. We'll just do this with them.
Can you see both of those okay on the overhead? Okay, thanks. And the overhead camera is on. The overhead camera is active. Okay, so I'm going to pause my mic, but we'll leave Anita's mic open. Someone's getting a tattoo over there. It does.
Oh my.
Geometric designs I've been drawing for fabric, and I think it can be good stuff. So my tattoo artist friend Eddie's really encouraged me to stick with because it's exactly correlated. It's a really no-brainer for me.
Well, on this machine, it's a 97D. On the 473, it's a 37, but it just depends on how machine.
Doesn't it though? No. It's a steamer, electronic shaver steamer. It's not just like a tattoo machine. But I love it. I was still out in my hair. I'm like, oh, so you get a tattoo right now? Oh, nice. I love it.
Thump, the thump, the thump, the thump. Never seen it before. Working on the chain gang. Showing the blocks. I'm gonna go on the walkabout. You're gonna set. Yeah, I'm gonna go on the rollabout. Official rollabout. Dee, don't activate the camera. Can you switch the camera so I can see me? Yeah, put it in the side cam. I'll make sure I'm not muted. Okay. Let's see, can you spin it or no? Maybe I can spin it. I think you can. Well, folks, mic should be on. We're going to do a rollabout here. Oops, there I go. Oh, now I'm on. Okay, it did it. Okay, so we're doing a rollabout now. I'm on the skateboard, and the cool thing about the skateboard is you can make it go without pushing it too much. So now I'm going to ask Dee to go ahead and, oh, you're going to do this? Okay, have Dee, but she's got to turn the camera around. Okay. This is how I get the wiggles out in class when I can't hold still any longer. Checking on the students. It's faster this way. Oh! I wasn't sure I was going to make that. All right. Should we go visit the students?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Are you going to try it, Anita?
I can't let her try it until we're done with the live feed because if she falls now, we're going to be in big trouble, right? So.
Say hi, Karen. Hi, Karen.
Hi, Karen.
Let's see what Karen is doing.
Karen's making confetti. Yep. She's going to load up my confetti cannons.
And I love your smaller size Martelli round mat that you have.
Oh, that is cool.
Is this one?
I did not know that they. It's like a 10-inch.
It's a 10-inch.
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
8 inch. I don't remember.
That is really neat. I hadn't seen one. I didn't know they made that small.
Martellis. That's really cool.
They had them at the expo.
Oh, we were too busy. We were too busy. Look at this, Anita. This is what I love. Okay, so I want to figure out something to do with that. Isn't that gorgeous? Like for every quilt, I don't know if it needs to just be stitched to like water-soluble stabilizer to make like the label or something. What have you seen done with this kind of stuff?
Well, that you could put it on a piece of fabric, like a light one. You put it on a piece of fabric, like a light piece. Go ahead.
It's not our fabric.
No, it's not ours.
Not our mess.
Arrange it how you like. Put a piece of netting over it, and then machine quilt all over that.
Right.
And so the netting, you said.
That's so cool.
Well,
Right.
you said
Make a
washable,
label, right?
But if these little pieces aren't going to stay once that washable goes away.
Right, unless
but
you
netting,
stitch the heck out of it, right?
Right. You could,
Right.
You could put netting over it. You could stitch, but you wouldn't have to stitch the
Heck out of it. Yeah.
You know, but you could put this all around the edges of your label.
Right.
How cool that is.
Oh yeah, because then it would match the project.
Uh-huh.
I think you missed some. Here, let me get
Okay.
the rest of those for you.
You fix that for me.
You know what I do with all that?
Throw it away.
Throw it out to the birds.
Yeah,
Well,
so
see,
it makes their
my thing
nest
is I've got
pretty.
one of those really cool little like catcher bags that sits on my machine, or next to my machine. And whenever it's done, I look at it and I think, oh, that's so pretty. You know, with all the threads and all the parts and the pieces in there.
I just had a thought. Scott wants to play with resin.
I just didn't want to say it on camera.
Oh.
Because I don't want everyone stealing my ideas. But Scott and I, no, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Fine.
Yeah.
In the wood.
Because for Christmas I was given a beautiful charcuterie board with some painted resin overlays and stuff, and so that's where my brain started thinking. So I think he's right on that.
Yeah, or live wood. That seems to be the thing, to make a table out of live wood, and those crevices you could fill in with this and put the resin over there.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go on with a little bit more walkabout. I'm going to take over camera mode here. Technology's got to go take care of technology stuff. Get ready for prizes and things. All right. How's it going over here? Good. Oh, we've got one on the design wall. It's almost a finished quilt. Look at that. Yeah, that's right. Overachiever award. Okay, everyone at home, are you ready to see all of the design walls to prove the Overachiever award? There they are. There's all of the design walls, and we have one square. We have one square on one design wall. Oh, wait. Is it Haley? What is she doing over there? Oh no, we've tripled our design wall. Look at that.
A little bit smaller with mine.
Oh, Haley, what happened? Do we need to talk about that? Why are they different sizes? No, I'm just teasing.
I am a so all of my pieces are about a 1/4 inch smaller.
Oh.
But that's okay. It just means I have less to do when I'm finished.
Right. Oh, how fun just to see the different fabric choices coming together, though. That's great. Nice. Just getting, oh, yours is you already have one over on the design wall, don't you? You threw it up there. All right, folks. Okay, now we're behind the scenes. Getting us almost ready. Tiffany's getting a little break. Okay. Oh, you've done it. Yeah. You're muted.
And you're not even on. Are you? Oh,
I
that's
was
not
on.
yours. That's
Anita
Anita's.
was on.
All right.
Anita was muted.
Judy said she feels much better now looking at our design wall.
Good. We want you all to feel better looking at our design walls that have one random block. One random block here and there. Hey, we're having fun.
Hey,
Absolutely.
all you have to do is show one quilt or somebody else's design wall, right? And the next thing you know, you got blocks all over the wall.
Yeah.
Classic.
Okay, so one thing we didn't talk about, Rob, was starch.
Oh, that's right. I'm not much of a starch user. Can you give me some tips maybe? Or did you use starch much? Yeah, I think you said you used it at the beginning.
I do. So recently, I took a class, and the person that was teaching the class uses all batiks, and she starches everything. And the more I talk to quilters, the more I find out that people are doing this. They are drenching their fabric with starch and letting it hang dry before they press it and cut it, because it's stiffer. And if you don't like it stiff, don't do this. But it's stiffer for one thing, and the pieces kind of grab each other and stay together, almost like they're sandpaper. They don't shift and slide.
I guess that would make sense, yeah.
And if your fabric has a tendency to pre-shrink, it is done before you start cutting, because you've got it wet and you've let it dry.
Does it have to have the heat included?
I don't know. I think it depends on the fabric, the quality of the fabric.
Okay.
But for batiks, I like the stiffness of it, but I'm not worried about them shrinking, because if you know anything about how batiks are made, if they've got a wax stamp that has been put on them, they've had to have that wax melted off of them, which means they've been hot and cold.
they've been left outside in the weather for days.
I
Yes.
know.
Yeah.
So batiks don't stress me out so much, but printed fabric has
Sure.
a range of quality, and it just depends. And if you want to make sure that your pieces are all going to be the same when you're finished, then you starch or you pre-shrink it. But if you like that crinkled look of a quilt, that after it's quilted and after it's washed, that it does its shrinking then you don't want to use your starch and pre-shrink things. It's just a personal preference.
Right.
But I do starch. That's me.
Yeah. I hadn't used starch. I did see some folks in the comments. I don't know that I understood exactly, but let me grab our example here. I think somebody or two might have accidentally, when they were at this step in the game, when you had just the squares, they cut the lines before they stitched.
Oh.
So these would have been a bunch of like 8 real small half square triangles, or so I heard folks, or even like with these small little tips that were coming together in this setup for the pinwheel, I heard folks talking about with these little triangles, maybe a little starch.
Yes.
Because of them being small, them being triangles. Patchwork is now on the bias if they were cut, from the squares and stuff.
Exactly.
And so that would be another thing. If maybe you were struggling, I guess, could you then go and starch them with something like the flatter or the best press or something?
Yes.
So maybe I had struggled with 2 or 3 of them, then I could say, well, forget that, and then grab and starch the rest of them.
Yep.
Okay.
My one comment on the starch. The starch comes in different scents. And if you're going to a quilt retreat or on a quilt cruise or even with just a group of people, I use the scentless.
Right.
Because
That
people
makes
have
sense.
sensitive, look at us.
Yeah.
So you know, at home, if I want to feel like I'm in Maui, I get the pineapples,
Right, right.
But when I go to a group, I use my scentless because I don't want to offend anybody.
So I'm going to tell a really funny joke about myself. In my early days in a quilt shop, I'm a clerk, running the counter, running the phone, learning about quilt making. And a gal calls up, and I'm a guy in a quilt shop, which isn't always the most comfortable spot to be. So this gal calls up, and I hear her ask for a breast press. And I knew what the ironing ham was, and I'm concerned that maybe this gal has had to have a mastectomy or something, and I'm trying to be very sensitive and I'm trying to talk through garment construction and how you would, I'm thinking maybe she's trying to shape a blouse or something, and I'm clueless. And I'm like, I'm really sorry, maybe I could get someone else on the phone that could help you or something, because I've got this ironing ham, and that might shape things right or whatnot, but is there any other clues you could give me? I just really don't know what a breast press is. And she says, well, it comes in lavender and spring scent, and I'm like, oh, you mean best press. And that made it a lot easier to handle the rest of the question for me. Yeah, so at any rate, you never quite know what's going to happen when you say, hello, I'm working at a quilt shop, I'm a dude, and let's see what happens here. So, oh boy, I got a little hot there. Now I think
Is it prize time?
It's past prize time. Yeah, okay, should we jump on the prize cam? You jumping over here on the main camera? What are you doing, girl? Where's your microphone? Oh my gosh.
It's okay, they can hear me. Okay. So I realized that we haven't really opened these to show people what are in them.
Oh, let's see.
Do you need some scissors?
Yes, I probably do.
How about a couple pairs of glasses?
Oh, actually, you know what? Maybe I don't.
I almost hid your glasses earlier just to be a stinker when I saw them both over there. That wouldn't have been
I
very
broke
nice.
a pair yesterday, so I'm like, I'm coming prepared.
Okay,
They're just magnifiers.
I shouldn't say this on camera and microphone either, but I sent my buddies a text message last night that I was trying to cut the cheese so hard I broke the knife, which was a true statement. I was making burritos, but it was a dollar store knife, and I did bust it cutting the cheese. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. So can we switch to top cam real quick?
Can we clean cam? Can we get away from the locker room cam, please?
Okay, so this comes with a lot of the lookbooks from Ventertech, so you can look through and see all of their gorgeous fabrics, okay? I'm not going to open each one up individually, but there's lots of cool things in here, lots of inspirational things for you to look at. Also, there's a lookbook with Nancy Halverson's newest On Wonder Lane bomb. I have to tell you guys, I got to see this one for myself at market, And this program, the quilt is just gorgeous. I mean, did you get to see it when it was at Expo?
Is this the quilt you stole?
I wouldn't
Well,
say-
borrowed.
I wouldn't
You
say
borrowed.
steal.
And definitely borrowed.
I snuck it into the studio for pictures.
Okay. I remember that. I thought I recognized that quilt.
Okay, so, but we are doing this Block of the Month program if they want to sign up for that. But there's lots of cool stuff to look at here, lots of inspiration. And then you're also going to get,
Well, they were going to get.
we're going to get, until you took them. So we also have some pre-cuts here. Who doesn't love pre-cuts? I
Right.
love pre-cuts.
Right.
And have all these colors on there.
Oh, these are all batiks.
So this particular one happens to be one of my favorite lines from Dinnertex, this black, white, and bright.
Right.
Just, I mean, you look at all the little geometric designs and the pops of color. I really love it. So, drum roll.
Are all of the prices the same?
Yes.
Similar,
Okay,
different,
good.
kind of
Pretty
the same,
much.
all the same?
Yeah. Okay. Charlene Hunt Burge. Charlene
Congratulations.
Hunt Burge. Congratulations.
Yay! What does she have to
Okay.
do? Charlene?
She needs to email info@stitchinheaven.com with your shipping address so that we can get you your prize.
Awesome. That's a good prize.
Charlene Hunt Burge. I'm going to repeat it one more time.
You don't think she's already commented? You don't think she's already emailed?
Well, it was mainly more for my benefit. So
Gotcha.
when I go and watch the
Right,
replay,
you can see it
I
and
can
hear
hear what
it.
the prize
That's
was.
right. There you go. There'll be no trickery. There'll be no deception.
Yeah.
I love it.
Okay, I'm
That's
gonna,
a great
I'm
prize.
Take this over here and retie her bag
Okay.
back. I opened your prize, Charlene.
That's
I'm
right.
sorry.
But we put the fabrics back in, Charlene. We promise you that.
We didn't let Rob keep them.
Didn't let me keep them. Nope. Okay. So, all right.
How are we?
We're doing great. So that was our 2 o'clock prize drawing. We now have a good bit of catch-up sewing time. We're going to come back at 2:30, the bottom of the hour, so about 20, 25 minutes from now, and we're going to show you what to do with what you've done so far.
So let's spread these back out pretty.
Yeah, there's that. I'm going to move these, and we're going to give you all a bit of nice sewing time. If you're getting a little tired, please take a moment to stretch. Take a moment to get a glass of water and a cup of coffee if you like, a little bit of fresh air. What we don't want you to do is start trying to go so fast that you make any mistakes. This is a really fun, it's a very simple construction project. We've got, the blocks are going to be on camera so you can make sure your orientation. As a reminder, your pinwheel has its darkest parts in the center. Okay, and then on your block B, it's all the dark and white combo fabrics, making a diamond or a square and a square block. So those will be great there for you. If you have questions, we will be monitoring the comments over the next 20 minutes while you're all working. Drop your comments, drop your questions. If you're just tuning in, as a reminder, we have all of this being recorded. So if you're feeling like you're falling a little behind on pace, don't you worry about it. You can watch it at any time at your own pace. We also have a recorded version, which will be a shorter format. We'll have that available after all of this is ended. We would strongly encourage you to sign up. I should say subscribe on our YouTube channel. We're going to be doing a lot with live feed on YouTube throughout 2023. You know, we do a lot on Facebook on Tuesdays with Anita in the shop. She does these wonderful walk-arounds. So please, you know, sign up for the Stitch in Heaven email if you haven't already. We do a nightly midnight special. We do a flash special. This is how we'll let you know when we have new Block of the Months coming out. There's a really cool ebook you get when you sign up for the Stitch in Heaven email. So please, you know, be able to keep in contact with us that way. And of course, we'd love it if you subscribed on YouTube. We love this giant community we're seeing out there with Craftsy. We feel so blessed to be partnered in this event. It's just been incredible. I mentioned earlier the comment feed was just overwhelming to see how many people were so excited and typing so quickly. I literally couldn't read them so fast.
No, they were just zooming through.
It's incredible.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys are seeing that too. The other things that Stitch in Heaven has, as long as you're listing, this beautiful retreat center has many retreats in it. There's an event center over in the other building. There are cruises and Land Ahoys. Land Ahoys came to be when we couldn't get on cruise ships. We're back on cruise ships.
Let's take a few minutes, because have you done a Land Ahoy?
Yes, sir.
Well, I want to hear more. I want to know what a Land Ahoy is. I want to really know what a Stitch in Heaven cruise is. You've done the cruises too, right?
I have.
Okay, I'm going to give you the mic. I'm going to just...
Well, you stay close. Let's start with cruises.
Okay.
Cruises are awesome with Stitch in Heaven, and I think so because what's better than quilting and cruising? I mean, the quilt room is open 24/7. So you can sew all night long if you want to, but you can stop and you can go to the shows and you can go to the dinner, and you go into ports if you want to. If you don't want to go into the port, whatever port, maybe you've been there before and you'd rather sew, you can sew.
Right.
So you have so many options. What happens is, generally speaking, there are 2 teachers and we teach the days that we are at sea.
Right.
And each teacher has one project, and you can choose to participate in that project. And if you choose to pre-purchase the kit, it comes pre-cut.
Right.
So after you get into your classroom and it's class time and your teacher talks you through your project a little bit, you're ready to start sewing. You are not at the cutting table with with a lot of people trying to find your way to the cutting. You're ready to just sew.
I'm going to interrupt you because you just mentioned something else we need to talk about, which is the difference. So don't forget where you're at. You're on a cruise with a kit.
Okay.
Okay. Because I want to mention, I didn't understand this, the difference between a pre-cut kit and a kit. I, out of ignorance, thought a pre-cut kit was generally something that was like a pre-fused laser cut applique.
We have those.
We do have those, and that's where most of our brain goes. So you think of like a scenic quilt that's got the applique shapes of the flowers or whatever cut out. But folks, Stitch in Heaven does patchwork pre-cut kits as well.
Yes.
Abby's Rainbow Baby quilt was the first one I handled. And when I mean patchwork pre-cut, like the parts for this half square triangle would have been 2 pre-cut triangles, already dog-eared, everything. So you really just need a sewing machine when you go on the cruise. No, you don't. You just need a sewing machine if you're at home. On the cruises,
when you get on the cruise ship, your name is assigned to a sewing machine. And I believe we're at Bernina 475s.
right?
That you're sitting down at a well-maintained, oiled, threaded machine ready to stitch. We clean them, we set them up. If you're coming with friends, quilters, you are, if at all possible, you are set in close proximity to your friends. It's just a blast. It really makes that vacation so easy. I mean, I love to cruise and I love to quilt, and then you stick them together, and it's phenomenal.
It's like an extended class, but this is the best thing about a cruise ship is you get into your stateroom and you put your stuff away and you don't have to pack every place you stop somewhere new.
Right.
Right. Same now with sewing though. You put your machine, you put your goodies, your tool caddy, your personal pressing, all the whatever you need. And
it's like if you were to take your machine to a retreat and you set up and that's where you stay the whole time. Although it's not your machine.
Right. So you don't have to haul it. You don't have to worry about the damage.
Exactly. We
and
have
there are
irons
extras
and yes. And so we're all ready, and the teachers move around, not the students. So once you sit at your machine, you are good to go.
Oh, okay. So like maybe the second half of the cruise, then you all rotate rooms so that you're teaching the other group of students.
Absolutely.
But they're still there. They can find their right shoe because they've taken it off to sew 3 days earlier, and then they can wander back and be like, oh, there's my flip flop.
Yep.
Got it.
So that's. I mean, I have more. If you have questions, you can call Stitch in Heaven, you can put them in the comments, we'll see what we can answer. The comments are flying, so I'm not sure that we can answer all of those, but we'll do our best.
You can email info at.
You can email, yes. And so when the pandemic hit and we couldn't cruise, the cruise line shut us down, the crew here at Stitch in Heaven changed gears and they went out, and when it was okay to go to hotels in certain states and certain counties, they found hotels where they could do a land ahoy. So land ahoy is designed to be like a cruise, but we don't have a cruise, but we still go on excursions. We go to quilt stores, or we go to the zoo if we're in San Diego, or you can still sign up and go on excursions as if you were on a cruise. Mm-hmm. And you still have the same setup. You have a sewing machine when you arrive, you can get a pre-cut kit, and so we've done them both ways. I know that Stitch in Heaven does, I'm going to say 15 to 17. I think I heard 17 cruises for next year alone.
Right.
They've done this for a long time. They've got a well-oiled machine. They can take care of any issues. Mm-hmm. They're amazing. The crew, the Stitch in Heaven team that does this is amazing.
Yeah, my first job offer from Deb was she asked me if I could do a cruise with them, and I had to decline because as the surfing quilt maker, it's embarrassing to let everyone know I get seasick on big cruise ships. And so I really said I won't go on any cruises, although rumor has it that we're going to get the Quilting Marine and the Combat Quilter on a ship together, and I don't know that I could miss that. Even if I have to be heavily medicated to be there, I will definitely be there. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, super great. Now, we both have retreats coming up.
We do.
I didn't really realize that until I was just kind of doing the inventory in my head, but I think your retreat is coming first, right?
Yes, in a couple of weeks. I'm here with Vanessa Christensen, and she designs for Moda.
That's V&Co, right?
V&Co.
Those are those incredible ombres, right?
Ombres.
Boy.
Yep. So we have an ombre retreat here at the retreat center.
It's for guys only? Hombres only?
Hombres only.
Okay.
Yes. And then yours comes shortly thereafter.
February 22 through 26, I'll be doing my Super 60 sampler quilt, which is really a quilt that you can make a bunch of different things from. And so I'm really hoping, I've been designing a couple new patterns that folks will hopefully get excited about, the template sets and everything. I don't know if there are spaces left in either retreat, but they could always look on the website. Stitchinheaven.com has an actual tab for retreats, and you can look at and there's a bunch of other fabulous retreats that are happening. They feed you. We have an incredibly comfortable place to sit and sew and fellowship with your friends. You sleep here.
Yes.
The bathrooms are private bathrooms with the room, or they share. It's like a Jack and Jill bathroom or something.
In the retreat center, one room has 2 twin beds and 1 shower.
Right.
But in the cabins, there's 4 twin beds and 1 bathroom.
Right.
So.
And that's where I usually stay when I come out, as one of the cabins. And folks can just rent the cabins if they're available at any time. So like, let's say you and 3 of your buddies, because there are 4 beds in there, wanted to come out and just see Stitchin' Heaven for your first time, and it's a bit of a drive for you, you want to stay overnight. We are closed on Sundays, so you would want to come like on a Friday night, or come early, spend all day Saturday, and then stay over Sunday, and then you drive home. But yeah, it's really, really cool. And a lot of times I'll run into folks here at night that are just staying.
Yeah.
And then of course, whenever they're having retreats, I always wander in here and hang out and try to bum a meal or 2. That's why I become such good friends with Anna, because she always feeds me when I'm in town.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's great.
Awesome. And there's always good food. They love their food here in Texas.
Yeah.
I mean, we all love food. So.
Yeah, but they usually serve a pretty good barbecue, I've noticed, and it's pretty great. So, as we were saying earlier, we are a community together. We really feel blessed that we have so many of you trusting us, and that's one of the things I think that has helped Stitchin' Heaven really grow to the size that they are today. Is they've really served their community well through these events, and they also have a 100% happiness guarantee. Like, I mean, literally, if you got one of those kits and I was going to say if there was a problem with the kit, but I've heard, and Anita, you better correct me if I'm wrong. I hope you're listening right now. But even if you make a mistake on the kit, we'll send them a new piece of fabric. Is that true on our happiness guarantee? If somebody makes a mistake while cutting?
Which kits? That might be...
Oh, right, like a laser cut.
Block of the month.
Okay, got it. I better stop saying anything. We have a happiness guarantee. We'll make sure you're happy. I can say that much. And Anita will take care of the rest. Yeah.
We'll do our best. They will do their best to make you happy again.
That's right.
Yep,
and if they can't, then Tiffany will make you a quilt, hand quilt it, and mail it. Did you like that? I think I recovered well. How do you feel about that?
I'm not so sure.
Not so sure about that at all.
I might have to put you on
That's right.
Detention and no tacos for a week.
No tacos for a week. No Tuesday tacos at Tiffany's. Okay. Hey, I'm going to go take a quick break.
Okay.
Go check on everybody. We're going to let these folks get a little sewing. We'll see you all in about 10 minutes or so.
10 minutes.
All right. I'm just going to mute myself.
Sorry, guys. I'm banging the mic around. So we got a lot of questions about block of the month. So while Rob and Tiffany are taking a coffee break, and while my friend in the back is uploading the rest of your files, I thought we'd get on here and talk about block of the month. So Dee is going to try to watch the comments for me if I have questions coming in. So if you have never done a block of the month program with us or don't even know what block of the month is, it is basically a subscription service that helps you do a certain section of a quilt project each month. Although we do have a couple of exceptions where some adventurous people, probably Tiffany's friends, do a whole quilt each month, okay? We do have one in, what is that one called, Tiffany? Magical Mystery Tour. That's what it's called, right? Yeah, so block of the month programs are super fun. I love them because you don't have so much pressure on yourself to finish this project. So you get sometimes it's one block, sometimes it's one small section of a quilt that you get in the mail each month. And there's a Facebook group that goes along with the program where you can ask questions and just learn and have fun. You can post your progress pictures and make new friends. But it really helps when you do kits and projects like Lori Holt projects, okay? Just for example, those take like a million different little scrappy pieces, okay? And some of us don't have a stash full of 90 different 30s Brights prints, okay? So block of the month really helps because you get the fabric that you need for each section of the quilt, okay? We currently have, I may lie to you guys, I think we have about 70-something programs running right now at the same time. We ship out, I think it's between 8,000 and 9,000 packages just in our block of the month department each period. What is it, a week? That's a week. That just dawned on me, you guys. We ship out like 8,000 a week. That's a lot. Yeah. Yeah. So we've actually done some of Tiffany's quilts in our block of the month programs. One thing about our block of the month programs also is that we offer a wide range of different styles of quilts, different level of skill, okay? We have some beginner projects and we have some that range all the way to very advanced projects, but it's a great way to learn. Can my friends in the back drop a link to our block of the month programs in the comment section of each video? And y'all can go check them out. I think that it is almost time. Dee, do we have the next upload ready? Can you tell them to go ahead and download their next step? Okay guys, so my friends in the back tell me that it is time to download your next two final steps for this project. I'm super excited because things are really coming together, you guys. I see where a lot of you have been commenting and saying that you've got one of each block done, so kudos to those people. Oh, you're going to show us the other colorway.
Yeah, now here comes.
Oh, now I'm a green person, but I really like this.
Right.
I really like that.
Are we okay?
Okay, well, I'm going to turn it back over to you guys, and I'm going to go drink my coffee.
Okay, good. Let's see. Yep.
Man, you're on.
Yep, we're green. Okay, so are all four of our blocks in the overhead there for folks to, now you can see that my prints are coming in and we'll be switching fabric choices so that we can move on from the steps that Tiffany still needs to get ready. Look at that cat here. But we're going to give them a little bit more time to keep sewing. We're not quite ready. They're just downloading those patterns, but I just wanted to put these here now in case anybody needed to recalibrate their color brain so they were able to follow along nicely that way.
Exactly, exactly.
Yep. Go ahead and start looking in the link section. If you probably already have that Dropbox folder wide open, you can go ahead and grab what will be number, are we on part 6?
5 and 6 I think were just dropped, correct? 6 and 7.
Oh, 6 and 7 at the same time?
Woo, woo.
Well, that's it then. They're going to start to see what it looks like as a project then. That's pretty exciting. Okay, you got those cleared out. I got my bent pen. I want to save this. I think...
there's a question that says, what do I think the skill level is for this project? And I would say it's at least confident beginner. Half square triangles are, so beginner in my thought process is all squares and rectangles. We've moved into triangles, so if beginner is squares and rectangles, then triangles, simple triangles, half square triangles are confident beginner. The unit here in the middle, that first one that we did, even though we walked you through it and we hope you did it okay, that teeters maybe just a little bit beyond confident beginner. But this isn't unachievable even for a beginner if you slow down and do one step at a time and kind of follow the directions. Does that help? We do okay? Another question? That's exciting. It sounds like, from what Anita's telling me, that a lot of you have at least one block done. And some of you might have one of each of the blocks, so an A and a B, and that's exciting. I'm truly excited to start, to go home. I don't know if I'm going out tonight. This might have worn me out. We'll see, we'll see. But if nothing else, I'm gonna be on the Facebook page looking at what you have posted today, because I have not been able, we have not been able to stop.
You can see, yeah,
and
it's
see.
Killing me a little bit here.
We walk away and we like, oh my gosh, look at the comments, but we don't get to see what you're posting if you are moving over to the Facebook page and posting pictures of your block. So later today, I'll be excited to see all those.
Yeah, well, awesome.
Nita?
Okay, so also people are starting to see why they needed contrasting fabrics and why the contrast was super important. They're really liking the fabrics that each of y'all chose up there.
Well,
these were actually from the kits that Stitch in Heaven put together.
Yeah, I had nothing to do with it.
I did not choose, I got to choose batik because I'm a batik girl.
And she got to pick first, so I got.
So he got.
Because I'm a batik girl too.
So Rob ended up with the browns.
But
ended
you know
up with
what?
but I love browns. I used to not. But
Right.
again, the contrast. It doesn't, I don't think it's gonna matter. There will be a personal preference on batik and color.
Right.
But both of these are going to go together with the same impact.
Yes, but they're going to go together slightly differently. So can we go to the overhead camera, please? Okay, so let me notice, like I said, they're going to go together differently. Let's start with Tiffany's blocks. Tiffany's blocks seem to be exactly the same size, and all of the points seem to match up. That's going to go together pretty dang nicely.
Thank you, sir.
And my guess is you might even fold those over and pin those units too?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, then there's a different situation. So let me show you this. I make stair-step blocks. So each one gets a little bit and they're wonky. So you just kind of, you know, and get it back into position and all of that for you.
Good job.
So earlier, folks, I've been talking about the fact that I didn't trim. When Tiffany and I were discussing how we would go about this, I mentioned I had a couple of wonky blocks. And I thought maybe I would trim, but I had already moved. Anyway, so I said, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to put all of these together as is.
Right.
I made some of the biggest ones a little bit smaller, but you can see a lot of my blocks aren't perfect. But when I go to lay them together, I'm going to go ahead like I did when I was sewing Tiffany's parts and pieces. I'm just going to start to match them up as we go. Before we go, I want to tell you exactly what you are going to need, but I'm going to check the instructions because I don't want to give you the wrong information, because one of these is different than the other, okay? So let's start with the first block we made, okay? That was our A block, and on those we need 18 of them.
Correct.
Right? Then on the B block, the block that features the darkest fabrics, we need 17 of those. So we have a total of, what is that, 35 blocks that come together? So we're going to now start to put our blocks together. And if you have downloaded the instructions for part 6, you can now see that we have an alternating fashion.
Yes.
Now, Tiffany, help. Do we show them what it looks like sewing together? Because I've got most of it sewn together. Do we just go block by block and keep them on the edge of their seat a little bit longer? Some of these folks have not had a breath in like 3 weeks.
I know,
you
right?
Like they've been so far on the edge of the seat that the chair might have flipped over at this point. Like, I'm just not sure. I don't want to tease them too long, but we could really just a little bit longer. Should we tease them, you think?
Do you have your blocks? You just lay out a row of blocks. Let's lay out a row of blocks.
I'm just going to go down here to my magic of television. And earlier, when I was giving you your minimum, well, your minimum was to make one of each, and you'd have a little bit of scraps. But what I was really trying when I said get to this phase is I was hoping I could get you to have 5 of each block constructed. So let's see, I've got 3 there, that one's already there, there's something else there. Oh, that's right, okay. So here's 5, we'll show you what that looks like in a bit. Okay, and then I have the 5, and I want to point out that your first row and your last row start with your first block. So here's that first row, here's that last row, and when you look deep at our pattern, and we'll make sure we are on the overhead camera here so you can see that nice, what's really going to happen is we're going to get a third block that starts to come together. We're going to get this block there that is formed by matching up the alternating blocks. So when I was actually sewing mine together, I became aware to keep that point nice as well. Mm-hmm. That point there, starting with an A block, is married to a B block here, and this will start to form that secondary or third design in our quilt.
Yes.
So for me, I just like I would do if I was building a square, I build my rows the same way in an alternating fashion, like yay. Okay, and then I just go to the machine and I start sewing them together row by row.
Yep.
I'm going to match these up. I'm going to head on into the machine, and one of the things I was saying earlier, I'll just try to slow down with my hands a little bit. You can see again that these are not perfect. So I'm just going to go ahead and finagle or fudge or split the difference. This is a little short here. So I'm not going to make that the edge. I'm going to slide that block over so that all my long edges match. And it will be a little short, but I'll just account for that. Okay? Drop my presser foot, and away we go. Matching up my seams. And I did, because I was pressing my seams all to the dark, I went ahead and tried to make it so I could nest. And I thought that would be great, but then I got lost in the blocks. So the blocks are kind of nested, but then the rest of it is not necessarily nested. And I can tell you that, as you can see, it will go together. It will hold. Sometimes we're down in this really narrow little spot because I came off of a wide spot. Tiffany's laughing. She's like, oh my gosh. But matching close enough. And now one of the things I like to do once I'm at this phase is I'm just going to go ahead and start sewing as I go. So I'll press later. You've got to be kidding me, really? But you can hear me talking through Tiffany enough? Okay. Sorry, folks. Apparently I'm microphone challenged. Okay, so I'm going to lay those two together. And at this point, I just like to make sure that the bulk of the sewing is on the feed dogs. I always want my heaviest amount of fabric, like my heaviest suitcase, below the small pieces. Just kind of cruising through. So I'll do this. It's interesting. Are you finding it hard to sew with shoes on?
No, I can sew with shoes on. You don't? You kick your shoe off?
I thought we weren't allowed to sew with shoes on. I was told that a sewing machine wouldn't operate if you had your shoes on.
Oh. I must have a deaf sewing machine,
right.
or a, because mine will work with shoes.
Right.
I know, but there are so many people that do have to kick off that shoe
right.
to sew.
Okay, so now we're basically like a light, dark.
Yep.
Light, dark. And again, this is why we were talking about that contrast being so important. Rotating around. What I find is fun is the different nuances between the different machines. So I have a machine that when I stop in needle down mode, the foot kind of lifts up for me. So when I get into a section like this, I'm not like, what on earth is going on? So I've learned to use that to my advantage a little bit.
Right.
So if you folks at home have a machine that you can program to lift the foot slightly when you drop your needle, it's a really nice feature. And if you don't know if your machine will do that or not, maybe check with your dealer, you know, give them a phone call and ask them if your machine will do that.
We're also sewing standing up, which is not my common way to sew.
No. Well, it is for me though.
Really?
I do most of my sewing at home on the set like I was teaching a tutorial because I have a variety of machines, but I want to make sure that I've learned the way the set's going to work for that construction. So here's a tip for everybody at home. If I ever look like a disorganized mess on camera, it's because I made the quilt somewhere else. Because when I start practicing making the quilt in my small little set, I know where things can be stashed and stuff. But if you see me looking for stuff all day long, it's because you know I made my quilt at a retreat, I made my quilt on a land ahoy or something like that, and I didn't make it in that same sewing space. Yeah, it's kind of funny that way. We become very routine. Okay, so let's go back to the main camera if we can. And now I'm just going to get my pressing area all dialed in.
Wool mats. We did not talk about a wool mat.
No, you want to talk about it?
Oh, I love wool mats. And I don't, the only people I know that don't love a wool mat are the people that are allergic to wool.
Okay.
And that's fair.
Right.
Right? But if everybody else I've talked to, once they have a wool mat, they love it. And the reason is because the wool mat gets warm and hot in the area that you're working, and it's like you're double pressing. It's like it's like the heat's coming from your iron, but it's also coming back up from the wool, which really locks your seams and gets you some flat intersections.
Yeah.
And there's other things. You can use a clapper. I've seen people who have had areas that have so many pieces come together that have hit them with a hammer.
Right.
I mean, I've never used the hammer on my quilt.
Right.
But the wool mat does it for me. The wool mat just is, it's, you know, what was it, 40 some years ago we got the rotary cutter. That changed our technology and our ability. And then long arm quilt machines and now wool mats and just I keep thinking there's nothing else.
Yeah, the rotary mat, yeah.
There's nothing else. And then the next week there's something else that I all of a sudden don't know how I lived without.
Yeah, I when I started at Stitch in Heaven, that was the big thing. They loved the wool mats, so I took one home immediately. I paid for it, and so. But at any rate, I love it. So, but what they taught me, I didn't know. So if you just have gotten a wool mat, you notice that it's not on top of our cutting mat.
Right.
Because of what Tiffany was just saying with the heat, we don't want the heat to go through on our cutting mat. So you want your wool mat next to your cutting mat.
Correct.
Or I guess maybe you could put a piece of lumber if you had to.
So that's another thing. Your dining room table or your any of your important tables that you don't want to put this mat right on there because the steam goes through and can ruin a surface.
Got it.
So I haven't done this yet, but like you said, putting something under it. I do take one of my mats. We just moved into our house and I don't have my studio done yet, so I'm working out of the dining room. So I'm having to just make do.
Right.
And I realized that I was heating up the dining room table that I bought from Marketplace, and it was not a good choice. I went and got a cutting board, a plastic, kind of cutting board, and put it under my mat, and that worked. But I was also thinking freezer paper. What if I ironed freezer paper to the bottom of my mat, flipped it over, then that moisture should not cross the barrier of the freezer paper.
Oh, or tar paper from your roof.
Well, that'll work.
Because aren't you building a sewing room out back?
We are, but it's got a metal roof. So.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I didn't want everyone to notice, but every now and again when you sew the way I do, you have to inspect your seams.
Oh, look at you.
Well, because some of them can be convertible so that you can wave at people from behind your quilt. So let me just take a moment and patch this together.
All right.
But that is one of the things, because that was one of my really short seams.
Right.
And I was sewing kind of crooked. So what I'm going to do for that is I'm going to come over on the top, and I'm going to drop my...
Can we go to this camera?
Sorry, we were reading entertaining comments.
Oh, great.
They were talking about Stitch in Heaven's Wool Mat Wednesday.
Wool Mat Wednesdays, great. Okay, so I've dropped the needle about 2 inches behind where I need to catch in the stitching that I'd already caught. And because I was already cheating and finagling, and now I'm on the side of where I've missed, so I'm just now eyeballing to make sure that I'm catching that enough. The reason this works is I'm going to machine quilt this quilt to death. Because as we were talking earlier, as we sew over and over on our, thanks Tiffany.
I know.
As we sew over and over or quilt over and over in all of those areas, it's like we're taking, sorry, let me just back up. At one point, I had a very concerned student that was concerned about the quality of thread and was breaking thread and saying, well, every time I pull on the thread, it breaks. And I said, well, stop pulling on the thread. The concept was, if you think about a piece of wood, like our fabric it's got grain like a piece of wood would. So if you take a regular lightweight piece of pine, a not real strong piece of lumber, and you drive a nail or a screw through it, it might split along that grain. But if you take that same pine and you put it in a layer this way and a layer this way, and then a layer this way and a layer this way, it's called plywood. And the glue and all of those makes it incredibly strong. So when we quilt, like you were saying earlier, by stitching in the ditch, you're not putting a lot of structure through all the layers.
Right.
But if you machine quilt all over all of your seams, you're effectively making plywood in a soft way out of your fabric. And now that one little seam that is slightly at risk right now will be no problem once I machine quilt it.
Because it can't get tugged on to separate again.
Yeah, so stop breaking your threads by pulling on them, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna press this bad boy out.
Okay.
And as a reminder, your first row or your last row starts with a light or an A block, then goes B, then goes A, then goes B, and finishes with A. I'm going to let all of you take a wild guess what happens in the next row. Okay? And in case you're not quite sure what I'm referring to, I already have it done. In the next row, we are going to start with our B block, the dark, move into the A block, the lighter, and you can start to see the way the contrast comes together. And you can also now see, this is that other, but now we've got a cool 4-patch or diamond patchwork inside of a diamond. So this quilt is now bringing you 3 different blocks all together, and that's why the contrast and the geometry of this is, I think, really sparkling and special in a way.
Yep.
So for this point, if you have as many of 10 squares together, we're going to give you a little bit of time to stitch so that you can at least get to this part, or at least get a couple of your blocks together, maybe 4 of them, so it'll remind you of how to do this. Maybe if you only have 4 blocks, and no, I'm not, I was going to say put them in a square, keep them in rows. There are 5 row, I guess these
5 blocks to a row.
5 blocks to a row, and then there'll be 7 total rows constructed.
Right.
Can I show them now? Should I show? No. Nah, we'll show you in a bit. I'm going to show this together.
Right.
Then I'm going to sew this to the rest of everything, and I will then show you what the center is going to come out like. Perfect. So let's go ahead and make the prize camera so we can have some private sewing time over here. What do you think? Yeah, let's put the... Oh, and they're calling for more prizes. It's not quite prize time, but I'm just going to move this camera and ask the tech team to go to the prize camera here. As the balloons are, oh no, the balloons are losing a little bit of steam too. I hope our quilters aren't losing steam out there. Okay, and now I'm going to slam these bad boys together.
Perfect.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my microphone I thought was on, so they. Okay. Got it. Okay. I had. If you want, you can go. Oh, no, don't go to the needle camera now. Give me a second. They could watch me They can watch me manhandle this poor block together. Poor quilt top together. One of the things I do when I'm putting a bunch of fabric together is I always try to get it up on the table a little bit so it's... Gravity is not your friend while sewing, especially when standing up, because you don't have it in your lap to help maintain and whatnot. Anita, you want to go to needle cam? And we'll let people, that way they don't feel it's frozen, because they can see the needle being... Boy, they're going to all know what a terrible quilt maker I am here. Sloppy as can be. Was that supposed to be a compliment, Tiffany? Just saying. Just making statements.
It is funny because there's people that come in and they say way more like you or way more like me.
Right?
Which is awesome.
What we should have done is have like some sort of another side contest going, like to see if we have more sloppy sewers or accurate sewers out there, right? A survey, that's what I'm trying to say, yeah. Team Tiffany or Team Rob? I don't know, I think I want to be on Team Tiffany. I like trying to do a little bit better job when I can, but sometimes when you're on camera, it feels like it's painful. Oh, a 5-hour live camera. It's all right. A lot of times I go live and I say it's only going to be like a 20-minute video, and like 2 hours later I'm still going. No one's still watching, but I'm still going. And you can all just see I'm just kind of forcing some of these seams into location here. We got some Team Robs? Oh, I love it. Sorry, Tiffany.
Oh, there's one for me.
There you go. It's because she just got a new box of pins. Or clips. Would the clips work for the way you're a pin? You really need that pin, huh? To get it secured that way?
Somebody said, what about glue? You
Oh.
could use glue stick or something, but the pins are fast and easy and not messy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. I think I want to be Team Tiffany too eventually. Oh, dropped my horn. I was going to blow the horn to let them all know that I got my rows on. But first I got to press them open before we can show everybody. Got to press them before we can show everybody. I think I'm ironing actually. When you're on Team Rob, you have to iron more than press, because that's where the final manipulation comes in. What's that? Okay. I got to hide my project then. It's a mystery for a couple more seconds, folks. Although I'm sure you've all been able to figure out a bunch of what it looks like with your instructions. Your destructions, my son used to call them. Mm-hmm. All right.
I'm going to turn back on.
Okay.
It is 2:50. So we've got 10 minutes.
Yep.
Are there more prizes? I should have asked. Anita, have we done all prizes?
Okay, are we ready for the reveal?
No, let's do prize first.
Oh, a prize before we do the reveal?
Anita,
oh, you are really nasty.
I
I love it. Okay.
And then we have, did you say we had complete?
Mm-hmm. We got to talk borders too, though. We still got another.
We got 10 minutes.
Are we going till 3 or 3:30?
3. We got a lot to do. Anita.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well then, I'm sorry. I feel like I'm a little distracted all of a sudden. We're going to have a prize and then we're going to do borders?
And reveal.
And reveal. Okay, got it. Because we kind of have to do the reveal and talk borders and then show them the quilted version.
Yes.
Awesome. So that's what's coming up, folks. Okay, here we go. Oh, she's back.
It's me again.
She's got prizes. And no microphone.
So, Tracy Pointer.
Wait, did she win the first time? No, that was somebody else with the last name Pointer with a different spelling?
No.
No, never mind.
Did
Don't
I get
mind
the
me.
name right? Did I?
I thought so. It was an interesting spelling earlier, though, wasn't it?
No.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Maybe that was on another live feed somewhere.
You're confusing me.
I'm confusing myself at this point. I should stop.
So,
Yes,
Tracy.
Tracy Pointer.
So Dee is checking for me how you spell the last name. But you are going to email info@stitchinheaven.com and give us your shipping address so that we can mail your prize to you. Thank you guys so much for watching today. I hope that you have had a blast. Okay. Okay, I'm going to stand right next to you.
Oh, Barbara. I knew that
But
there was a
there's-
pointer.
Painter.
Painter.
Tracy Painter. Painter. I'm sorry. Rob, you're right. I was wrong. Tracy Painter. Painter, right?
Tracy Painter said, Painter? Me.
Yes,
Yeah.
you,
Yeah,
Tracy.
yes,
you.
Tracy.
I'm
That would be
sorry.
you.
I have not had enough coffee today, and I'm running on a couple hours of sleep.
Yep.
So.
All right, we got things
Yeah,
to finish
Tracy
up.
we do it.
Painter. Okay.
All right.
All right.
Okay, now here we
for
go.
the reveal.
For the big reveal. Are we on the main cam? Ready to rock and roll? Okay, here we go. You want a corner?
I want a corner.
I got a corner. Are we ready? Yeah. Okay, here we go. Drum roll. Bum, ba, da, bum. The less than precisely patchwork precision version of the Sparkly New Year's Quilt Top Center. 5 across, 7 down, alternating rows, dark light, or alternating blocks. There's your extra element right there. And we have one last set of instructions for you, right?
Yeah, they've been in your box, and they are your borders. They're your inner border, which is the darkest fabric to frame it up, and then the outer border. And when you get all of that together and you get it quilted, then you come back for binding, and binding is your really dark again.
Mm-hmm. Now, I've got a question for you. We were talking earlier about not cutting our borders because of the need for possible growth.
Right. When you get your quilt top, your center part together and pressed and as flat as you can, I like to measure in 3 spots across the quilt and take an average and use that for the number that I am cutting my inner border at. I do it, well, on the sides first and then the top and bottom.
Okay.
Then I come back and do that again for the outer border, and I do this, I measure 3 spots, take the average, I add the outside first, the outsides, and then the top and bottom. The other thing that I said I do is if I have enough fabric, I do my outer border bigger, I cut it bigger, because I like to put it on the long arm, and then when I go to trim it down, I'm not trimming right at that edge. I've given myself some cushion. But that's just personal preference. That's just for me to be able to trim it down. Now, we're not going to talk to you, we're not going to do the whole binding. I think Anita told me somebody was asking about binding, and I think Rob might need to do a binding video in the future.
Yeah, I've got an exciting idea for a binding video I'd like to come up with and show all of you. I'll actually bind the black quilt that you made and I'm quilting, and we're almost done with that.
Perfect.
Now, I've got a couple of other things I would like to mention before we get into showing some quilted versions of our quilts.
Okay.
For me, I read the instructions very carefully. When you go back to that first page, the inner and outer borders are cut with straight edges. That's the amount of fabric that's available in the kits.
Right.
We don't want you trying to miter these. We wanted to keep it simple. That's what we've given you enough of. We do have enough fabric in the kits for binding and without mitered binding, because that's more of an appropriate technique or more of a established technique on binding. But I was wondering, I almost asked you, but you already said it. Tiffany measures the middle, the top, the bottom, and takes an average. I build my borders, and I sew from one edge all the way down, and I cut the end off. Then I go to the other side and sew all the way down, and I cut the end off. so far, so good. Put the other borders on. Mathematically, I'm sure there are several of you who are rolling your eyes at home right now, but remember, you can see me, but I can't see you. So I'm cool with this right now.
He can only see me doing this.
Yeah, it's bad enough knowing that I'm near the nearly perfect patchwork, precise patchwork positioner. Anyways, so yes, I have done that for over and over again. The math in your pattern is if you had pieced this without adding anything. So all I'm really trying to say is just take a moment and evaluate your quilt center before you make any additional decisions, math, how you're going to piece your inner or your outer borders.
Exactly, exactly. We have a couple.
Get the borders on. Okay, are you ready to do some serious
This
show
is
and tell?
Deb's.
This is Deb's version. She made this and she probably had it quilted.
Ready?
Do.
We'll go sideways,
Wow.
but that's
This
okay.
is great so they can see everything. Wow.
Yep.
Now, I'll just make a quick comment, but please feel free to add. A lot of times when I am using a sharp edge block, squares, triangles, I like to go in with a softer quilting motif. So I don't know if they can see at home, but it's kind of a swirl, kind of just a big wide open. It's a nice soft curving design.
Yes, I like the opposite. If it's a very geometric quilt, I like to have a curve quilting. If I happen to have a curvy quilt, I kind of like a geometric.
Yeah.
Because the opposite attracts. I like.
And the quilting, in my opinion, should be more than just holding all the layers together. It's another opportunity for art and design.
Absolutely.
So let the quilt top speak to you. Now, some folks are very concerned about machine quilting and they want to quilt them themselves and they don't know at all what they would do. So in that situation, I'll take a motif. Maybe it's this looks like a half watermelon, or maybe this little flower. So find something that's easy to do and you could just do little flower petals all over.
Like echo something from the fabric?
Echoing or mirroring something from your fabric design.
Cool
Pretty
idea.
cool. Now we have another sample to show everybody, don't we?
let's
Let's
put
throw
this
this one
one
here. Oh, we do think a lot more alike than different, don't we? Now this one, I think, is for Camp Tiffany.
Do we know who did this one?
I do not. Does anyone know who did this one? Are you ready? Ba-ba-da-bum. And that's it. Oh, those are exactly the fabrics that you had there, Tiffany, in your kit.
I have a different.
Yeah, you do have a different, don't you?
Just slightly.
Just slightly. But then again,
I did
yeah.
not.
Another beautiful, and this one, the thread is darker, so they can see the same. It's a different motif in the quilting. It's a little bit tighter, a little bit denser where the swirls come in on each other and stuff. But again, a more of an organic, circular design on top of a hardline patchwork.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you can see how nice the borders are. And here again, the binding is the fabric that matches your outer border, or excuse me, your inner border.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ta-da!
Dun, da, 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 we did it.
We did it. Happy New Year.
Now, we've got 2 minutes.
We
or
got
1
2
minute.
minutes?
We got what we got to do. We got to learn how to use these things, I think.
Are these?
Yes, they are. They're,
There's your
I
hat.
believe, these are champagne poppers. Put on our safety gear. And let's see here. I ordered a case of 100 of these, but I've only been given one.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Just don't point it at us. I think it's going to come out the bottom.
Is it?
What do you do? Yeah, what do we do? And it's going to go out the top?
Is it going to?
No, you twist the bottom.
And
Right.
where's it going to come out?
It should come out the top.
Up the
Okay,
top.
oh yeah, there we go.
Ready?
You peeled it.
One, two,
two.
3.
Yay! Cheers!
Cheers!
Where's my
Happy
shot
New Year.
glass? Happy New Year! Happy New Year's,
Thank you.
everybody! Oh my gosh, incredible to have all of you with us all day, sewing and souping along.
Yep. Sewing and souping.
Sewing and souping. This is awesome.
It's going to be a great year. Happy New Year.
Thank you very much. Have a blessed New Year. Stay creative. If you missed any of this, the live feed will be up as soon as the video has processed, and we'll make sure the recorded video is available, let's say tomorrow. That way you can all enjoy the rest of your New Year's Eve. All right. Happy New Year, everybody. Thanks for being here. Subscribe.